We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't to music much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S. within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy, it is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
The growing interest in Nigeria's lithium reserves comes as countries worldwide scramble to secure supplies of the mineral which is essential for powering the green energy revolution. In this special report by Bayo Olaoye, the need to harness this resource for growth and development is examined with the evolution of electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems. Lithium is a key component in the production of batteries for electric vehicles and renewable energy storage systems, and Nigeria is positioning itself to become a major player.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studio in Lagos. I am Antonia Umor. President Bola Tinubu will speak at the 2025 African Energy Week in Cape Town, South Africa this September under the theme Invest in African Energies. His address will come as Nigeria advances major reforms across its oil, gas and energy sectors, reshaping the country's investment climate and unlocking multi-billion-dollar opportunities. Since taking office, Tinubu has introduced policies that cut regulatory delays, streamline projects delivery, and offer tax incentives. The reform aims to reduce upstream project costs by 40% while driving foreign investment and local value creation. Global industry leaders view Nigeria's approach as a benchmark for sustainable industrial growth and energy security in Africa. In another story this morning, telecommunication operators in Nigeria can now collect unstructured supplementary service data charges directly from subscribers' airtime. This is following a new bill model approved by the Nigerian Communications Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria. The end-user bill framework removes bank from the payment process, addressing long-standing disputes over unremitted services fees exceeding 200 billion naira. Under the new model, subscribers will approve charges of 6 naira 96 kobo per session, with deductions made only after consent. Industry leaders say the reform will boost transparency and ensure prompt payment to telecom operators and strengthen digital financial services, especially for users in underserved communities. The Central Bank of Nigeria has directed 7 major banks to suspend dividend payouts, executive bonuses, and foreign investments due to regulatory forbearance. This move aims to reinforce capital buffers, improve balance sheet resilience, and ensure long-term financial stability in the banking sector. The affected banks include Zenith Bank, Access Bank, FBN Holdings, Fidelity Bank, FCMB, UBA, and GTCO. Each bank has a significant amount of forbearance loans ranging from $60 million to $910 million. The reason behind this move are to reinforce capital buffers, improve balance sheet resilience, and ensure long-term financial stability. By doing so, banks will prioritize building capital buffers over short-term payouts. As a result, investors can expect dividend suspensions from affected banks until they can exist forbearance and demonstrate compliance with capital and provisioning requirements. This may impact the bank's stock performance as new capital rules evolve. We move now to the oil sector industry, where the oil marketers in Nigeria are negotiating with international traders to import cheaper premium motor spirits and stabilize prices and sustain operations. They argue that domestic refiners, including Dangote Petroleum Refinery, offer unstable and high prices, causing many filling stations to shut down due to capital shortages. The Petroleum Products Retail Outlets Owners Association of Nigeria revealed ongoing talks to secure import prices as low as 550 naira per liter, payable in local currency. Marketers believe this strategy could counter Dangote's growing market influence, create competition, and offer more affordable fuel to Nigerian consumers. And finally, for now, the British Deputy High Commissioner Johnny Baxter has reaffirmed that the United Kingdom's commitment to supporting Nigeria's inclusive green growth. Speaking at the Women by Athea Forum in Lagos, Baxter highlighted strategic investments and partnerships aimed at empowering women-led businesses in manufacturing, agribusiness, and nutrition to drive sustainable industrial transformation. Athea Capital launched a Zynga platform to help small businesses scale sustainably, while Manufacturing Africa introduced its Green Business Building Accelerator to grow green manufacturing and create green jobs. Insight revealed that adopting renewable energy can reduce operational costs by up to 60%, making clean energy both a profitable and necessary solution for small and medium enterprises facing rising fuel and electricity costs. Many thanks for watching, and do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Just Africa comes up after this. I am Antonia Umo.
We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the Naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the Naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the Naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the Naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the Naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining heads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was starting. As in then, Santana was a posh car. So we they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the blue shoes, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at All State Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's, targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. People want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the Entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sports. I love yoga, as you said.
Yeah.
But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side did not survive. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Latif Jakande. Born Latif Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as Executive Governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged prosecuted and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Latif Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Latif Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Boggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wole Soyinka, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Good morning. They say that money is like a sixth sense, and you can't, make use of it without the others. Of course, the other 5 sixth sense, that's your hands, your eyes, your feeling, your talking, and all that. Talking about using our sixth sense, welcome to Just Africa, and this is where we use our sixth sense, of course, to analyze everything that has to do with business, development, and economy. My name is Swift Aderito, and the beautiful thing about the show is I am never alone. I'm surrounded by 2 very handsome men One on my right, one on my left, and that means money. Well, my left, let me start with my left. I have my co-host who is looking extremely good today. We know it's Mr. Priye's birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, Priye, out there. Olumide, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. So if they say blessed is she among handsome men.
Mama twins in the building, but you do look good. You are here to, analyze this topic properly and talk about Africa. Definitely. I like that tie. And of course, on my right-hand side, I call him a man that is common. We are talking about Ayodeji Aluko. He's a renowned, or he heads CRC for new business conversations, which is very critical to what we are talking about today. He studied chemistry in University of Ado Ekiti, and right now he's a financial guru. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. Nice to be here. Thank you, Stuart.
It's fantastic being here. So I want to ask, before we start to analyze, how was your journey into finance? Because we are talking about chemistry. Yes, we know in Nigeria. I studied political science, but here we are. So how was your journey to the financial market?
Okay, for me, the journey is an unknown part.
Okay.
So when I said unknown, I never knew it was, maybe I'll call myself accidental.
Okay.
I can relate. Yeah, it was just, I didn't just know. I mean, I came in from, background of where people are literally, civil service, and civil service. But for me, I just had this intent that something bigger, something more. And then, yes, reading chemistry was a very fantastic aspect of my life that gave me some insight as well. But I've never used it to earn money in my life. So for me, I'm happy to take that suite. That's the data on the journey, and it has been fantastic since the day one. So I just find myself that I'm more fine here, and I've not looked back.
I like the fact you're fine here, Dr. Luko, from the very popular Luko family in the East. All right, so today we are going to be dissecting and talking about the role credit and infrastructure play in data system in Nigeria businesses. And of course, we should understand that when credit is a luxury and cash is king in most African economy, access to credit remains limited. Before we go any further, since you are the guru here, let me first ask you, what do you think the challenges are in Africa, using Nigeria as a case study with getting credit? Because you work in a place where you encourage new business. That is your position. You are not just, you work as regional manager, meaning you cover a region. Which region do you cover first?
Okay, for now, I covered Abuja, that is Federal Capital Territory, and the northern part of Nigeria. That's like 18 states in Nigeria, yes.
So what is the first challenge you feel that entrepreneurs have when it comes to getting access to good data and funds?
Okay, number one is knowledge.
Okay.
Many people, they are not aware of what is available for them. So that has really impacted their access to finance. So, access to finance is beyond I have what it takes to take it. So when you have what it takes, how will you sustain it? So for me, and the little experience that I've had in this space, I believe that, yes, we have identified that access to finance is the thing. Access to finance is a thing, but beyond that, what the people we are saying that access to finance is a thing to them, what are they also doing? So that's the knowledge part.
Wow, I like that. Okay, so still talking about knowledge, I want to ask, your company, what's that specific thing they offer?
Okay, so CRC Credit Bureau is a registered credit bureau in Nigeria, regulated by Central Bank of Nigeria. I mean, we've been here for over 16 years now, and then we have been doing this. So what we do basically is to ensure we provide data insight to people out there that we're able to connect, that the lender and the borrower can connect effectively and make an decision.
There's something I like about what you said. There's a reason why I asked, because I'm not trying to market your company alone. I want to ask you, what other companies run these services in Nigeria?
Okay, that's fine.
Because a lot of people out there feel, where can I get loans? Is it only on my phone? I need to go to one mama down the road who will tell me to drop Ashoke. That's where I'm coming from.
Yes.
Because how can people who don't know, you said education, fantastic. How can people who don't know, which other companies run such services?
Okay, in Nigeria for now, we have 3 registered credit bureaus in Nigeria.
Okay.
So they're when I mean registered, regulated by Central Bank of Nigeria.
Yes.
So and they're known. So I've mentioned CRC Credit Bureau. We have 4 Central Credit Bureau as well, and we have Credit Registry Credit Bureau in Nigeria. So we have those 3 of us. We are the one that work in that credit bureau space.
You people are the big 3.
Yeah, we are the big 3.
Bam.
All right. So when accessing credit facilities in Nigeria,
yes,
you hear of credit score.
Yes.
Well, for those who are learned, or for those who are educated, we understand. But for the informal sector, for people, the hairdresser and all that, can you take us through what credit score is, how to build a good credit score, and what can mar a credit score, what can take it from maybe 100 to down to 0?
Okay, it's very simple. I'll put it like as if, so, you know, credit score is actually a digital representation or interpretation of your credit worthiness. How worthy are you? What are the things that you have done in the past? You know, I used to jokingly tell people that it is only in the credit space that your past is not forgiving.
Oh!
Really?
Your past has impact on your future.
Wow.
You know, in our religion space, we said there is forgiveness, there is mercy, your past is gone. But in credit space, your past has impact on your future. Your ability to ensure that you utilize your present to influence your past is just the credit score. We are talking about the impact now. So it's just for me, how is Hayodeji, Nigeria Delimited, how is it represented on the scale of, let's just say, 0 to 10? You understand? 10 being the highest. I mean, 0 being the lowest. So how am I? So in a CRC space now, we utilize a system called a FICO scoring model. So that's what we use in CRC. It's an international scoring model that is widely acceptable everywhere. So it's just interpreting those data we have received from our member, turning it into digital representation that now qualifies you, that now give me a comfort that as someone who is a lender, I do not need to be reviewing 14, 15, 25 pages of credit report. Just with digital, just with a score, I can have access to it. So your question is very loaded. So you ask that, what should I do to improve my credit score? Yes, as an hairdresser, someone who doesn't, ensure you make your payment on time. That's number 1.
That's if you take a loan?
If you take a loan, ensure you are meeting up with your repayment. Ensure that you have flexibility. You take, not that you should take as much as we can, but take what you can manage as well. Look at your quantum. What type of loan mixtures do you do? You understand? What kind of loan? Okay, maybe for someone now, I'm taking an infrastructure loan to develop my something. Mix it all together. The key thing is that ensure you maintain your payment regularly as when due. Ensure you do that. That one will help you. Yes. And then it will help you to build a very fantastic, don't miss payment. When you miss payment, it has negative impact on your credit worthiness. Thank you.
Still talking, because I really want you to educate us.
I will.
Yeah, so the layman, there was something you just mentioned. You were like infrastructural loan. What facilities do your company, for example, render right now? So if I'm an entrepreneur, I want to go into business, like you said, hairdressing. What kind of facilities would you advise me to take? What should I be looking at when I walk into a bank or your company to try and take a loan?
Okay, maybe let me just clarify. Credit Bureau, we do not offer loans.
Okay.
Credit Bureau, what we offer is that we offer a platform, like I've mentioned, to enable the lender and the borrower to see how my borrower, who are they? I do not want to lend in the dark as it was in the past.
Yes.
If you listen, in the course of this week, you mentioned the Banker Association of Nigeria by their president having some sort of meeting, saying that in Nigeria we have over, in the commercial banking sector, we have over something trillion non-performing loans there. And we don't want it to escalate beyond that. Yes, we are doing well. With the coming of the Credit Bureau, it has stabilized. So we do not offer loan. We do not offer suggestion. But on myself now, I can now say, everybody, you know what you need. You know the facility that is required of you. Look out for people. We have many vendors, many platforms. I'm talking about people that are genuine, because there are people, lender out there that are not genuine.
Okay.
People that are genuine, people that are regulated, even in all the spaces, you can, from there, you can tell them, don't just jump at every available credit that have been open to you. Look at the terms and conditions, how suitable it is for my business. You are into, maybe you are an hairdresser somewhere in Brazzaville. You open a beauty parlor there. You do, what do you need? How do I scale up? How do I scale up and you are established? How do I scale up from three branches, moving out even outside outside your country to another space. So you will need credits. Your focus. So I tell entrepreneur, I tell them that your vision, what you are seeing, how you are projecting yourself, that is know-how, that credit will not be part of what you will require to move to your next level. Because someone has the money, but someone needs to, the money that I have, my ability to de-risk, to ensure that even with good credit, you will continue to have, in other space, you continue to have what is called a lower interest rate.
Yes.
So if I am able to maintain that, that will enable me now to go out there and brandish my scores, my credit information, my scores that my credit worthy. IODG Nigeria Limited is a credit worthy organization. I'm here. You see what we are doing. Partner with us. Release some funds to us. We have the capacity to pay back. Keeping a good, good bookkeeping that someone can come and look at and say, oh, you are doing well. You are meeting up all your obligations. And then I'm happy to conveniently, because we're looking at Africa window, how both, as someone can be in Nigeria, having an entrepreneur and having the same businesses. So you will need credit. So that is very, very important for us as an Africa, as an entrepreneur, to utilize the services that the credit space has made available. There are a lot of credits. There are a lot of credit times, and yes, it's being branded by names, or okay, maybe, like I mentioned, infrastructure. Infrastructure might be, okay, I'm building, I need to expand, so I need a loan to build that. But in Africa as of today, the space has grown beyond what we know 20 years ago. So when people talk to us in the bureau, they would think, oh, I want to do this. We look and tell them, yes, Nigeria has moved past that. In Nigeria, in Africa now, we're looking at the space in Africa has gone beyond people not having access. Access is there. So the infrastructure that we are building as a bureau in ensuring the data, your data out there, somebody that is invisible, who does not have, not just credit only, there are other sources of data. How much are you loading on your credit? Do you know it can serve to measure how worthy you are?
Your credit worthiness.
I know you have a lot of questions.
All right, so talking about this credit facility, remember not quite long, let's say a year or 2 years, we had the introduction of these mobile online operators, these loan sharks, and they went
viral.
They went viral. Let's just have the mouth word to say. They went viral.
Yes.
So my question now is there? Do you also take part in regulating some of these, loan sharks?
Loan sharks.
Yes.
Loan sharks is the part of everywhere. Anywhere you get to in the world, you will have loan sharks there. They are unregulated. They are unregulated, so you will always have them.
How do you regulate them?
In the scripture, they say, these people, you always have them. So these people, you will always have them.
Okay.
So having them is not a problem. You, the lender, you are the one that need to be knowledgeable. Who is who? Who are the people that I'm dealing with? So in Africa, everywhere, the African space has opened up. The credit space in Africa has opened up. So because it's the most vibrant economy, in terms of growth, in terms of space. You might be thinking, it might not, no, we are talking about growth. We're not talking about the dollar and naira application to the, but we are seeing something, other places is growing at the 2% rate. Ours is growing from 15, 20, 30. It might not be in the same quantum in time of, but Africa market is growing. So people all over the world, they are coming into Africa. They are coming in here. So our desire is that there will be policy in regulating, in ensuring those people are tamed. Tamed in the sense that we are not chasing them away. We want them, I'll be careful with the government, policy maker, to ensure that what can we do to bring them into our space? Because they also are contributing to the growth of the economy. But they are not being accounted for. Thank you.
All right, so
you wanted to ask a follow-up question. Yes.
Follow-up question now is, I'm looking at a regional credit system. How can Nigeria go from where it is now to regional credit system? Let's say I find myself in Ghana, or I'm doing business in Ghana, and I want to access some form of credit as a Nigerian. Do you see Nigeria moving to that, or Africa basically moving to that
Yes,
level?
we are looking at, that is an African Union. You know about African Union?
Yes.
So there is a free trade policy.
Yes.
That enable me to move from here and do trade.
Yes.
In West Africa,
yes,
there is a ECOWAS.
Yes.
There is many ECOWAS trade treaties that have been signed by the ECOWAS members that enable me. So what they are doing, in CRC, we have a platform that enable Nigerians who are moving from our home country to other space to be able to carry their credit information, their scores, their credit liability and assets, and carry it to a place that you are known. So we enable that happening. With that, what I want to do for us is that technology is driving the business.
Yes.
Technology is driving the credit space in Nigeria. Nigeria has become a very big hub that nobody can ignore in terms of technology development.
Definitely.
And then we cannot overlook what is happening here in that space. So everyone here, when you move into that another nation, another country in Africa, or even outside Africa, you are permitted to carry your credit. It will be scaled up to what is being adopted into what is available in other clients. So it is essential. That's why we are speaking to everybody, listening to us, that ensure you are building what is right that can last for tomorrow. That your tomorrow can smile at your today and say, thank you for doing me well.
Wow. Talking about thank you for doing me well, look at it. You have been giving us back to back. I like it. So talking about thank you for doing me well, I want to ask, what is, in your opinion, what do you think governments can do better with private policies when it comes to taking loans and helping with people's credit scores? I'm very particular. I'm very invested in entrepreneurs, especially the younger ones. Wow. A lot of them complain they don't have access to loans. A lot of them complain that when they get loans, what they are supposed to pay back is ridiculous. The interest rates are ridiculous. There is this very sad story of somebody who lives at Ajao Estate who took a loan for his business. Business is not kicking in yet. The man dies and the bank sells the property. And the widow is there. And I know that this is where you people come in. But what do you think, like I asked before, government should do to, regulate this and make it better? Okay,
the traditional lenders,
yes,
who has been in that space, yes, it must have taken a while, but they have done well.
Okay.
They have done well although there was a bit apathy at a point, but they have done well to scale up that space in the area of retail lending or whatsoever. So the space is not even yet developed to the extent that we are looking up to as a credit bureau, because we have the infrastructure ready to receive as much data from the lending space to the bureau. We have that infrastructure. So what I mean is that what government can do is very simple. Now we have a government customer regulated focused institution in Nigeria. That is in Nigeria, I'm sure it's also in existence in other African countries that's regulating customer experiences with their with their, customer experience with their, how will I put it now, with people that they are dealing with that make them to have a fair, balanced interactions. So people jump into loans. People don't read what the terms and conditions. Every loan, there are terms and conditions. People who are out there, they are into businesses. In as much they want to make profit, they are also, some of them have human faces. They will show you, okay, the kind of loan you are asking me for is like, I can, so if I spread, because Nigeria, we have this attitude, it's been something around us. Oh, I don't want people to know that I'm borrowing. I don't want somebody to know I am doing this. So you do it quietly. You do Nicodemously.
So that wish people will not.
They do it Nicodemously.
Yes.
But there is more to it. I mentioned knowledge.
Yes.
Read. Terms and conditions on your phone. The space has now got into a stage that on your phone, in your bedroom, anywhere you are, along anywhere that is internet, even there is no internet, there are some you can just use with a code on your phone, you can borrow. There are terms and conditions attached into it. Many people, they feel ignorance of that. So with that now, like the man you mentioned, the man might have tied down that, okay, because loan is very psychological in nature. When you need it, you want to do everything that you intend to do. But the question you should ask is that in other clime, how do they do it? We have credit cards. We have a lot of opening for people to borrow. Even is a culture. In other places, it's a culture. Why is it now we are bringing it? It's coming home here gradually. Yes. It's our own culture too. It's going to become a culture very soon. It is becoming, for the next generation, it's becoming something because that they do. Because in our own space in Credit Bureau, we see people of below with the age range that are able to access facility. And they are doing well. But some too are not doing well because they do not know how to manage. They will run away. When they are looking for them, they will throw away the same. So if I know that I'm not meeting up with my obligation, there are times and conditions that the lender will have imputed into it. If I'm unable to pay, okay, come. I told people to stop running away. When you are unable to meet up your repayment, meet with your lenders. Because they're into business. We have to understand that. It is not your dad, it's not your mom, it's not your brother that is giving you money and you promise to pay back and you can say, oh, I'm so sorry, I cannot pay back. I cannot pay back now. No. When they come to you, where's my money now? You said you will pay me tomorrow. No, give me next tomorrow. Because it's a structure. They are reporting. It's regulated. So when you're unable to meet, they are mandated by extant law to ensure such, they report that to the CRC Credit Bureau to make a decision about you. So when you are going into that space, anywhere you are, any country you are participating, you wanted to have knowledge. Government loan is there. Government promoted. Adjusting. If you listen to the president broadcast on the June 12th, you heard him talking about credit, because they want to open the space. We know that when there is more money, people will be able to turn it around, and it will create employment also. You understand? So people must be able. Everyone out there must be able to say, before I sign, before I click check, read what it entails. If they tell you that it is 12 a.m., don't go and do 12:03 a.m. Go and do 12:03 that they will understand. It's digitalized. The system has picked it. You understand? So that's where many of us are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my next question now is, now you guys are into the business of data, credit scoring and all that. And yes, it's the CRC, but what safeguards do you think are in place or should be put in place to safeguard or to prevent misuse of this data in the wrong hands?
Yes. Okay, in Credit Bureau, like I mentioned, Credit Bureau is highly regulated.
Okay.
And in Nigeria, we know we have data protection policy. We are not just regulated by by CBN.
Okay.
There is an act of the National Assembly called Credit Reporting Act that regulate our businesses. It's not just something or a government. No, there is an act of parliament that regulates, and it sits like that from other countries in Africa. So credit bureau is not, it's not possible. Our data, we have over 127 million credit records in our repository in CRC. So you know that is huge.
Yes.
That's huge for both individual businesses and corporate businesses and individual. So it's huge business. So it is essential that everything technology-wise is being put in place. And since we've been here for over, Credit Bureau has been here for like over 17 years now. So we have been here, CRC Credit Bureau. We have never had any interference with our data. And then we meet up all our regulatory benchmark as it's required of us to operate. So we've never had it. So those data are in the best place. And we have done that as a trust, because every data we have in our repository in CRC Credit Bureau is given to us as a trust. So we don't joke with it.
So, sorry, one moment question. Are there any other institutions that can access this data? Let's say, for instance, I've heard so many times that your credit score could also affect your visa application. Is that true? I've always heard that.
What you say, it's credit. We're talking about how worthy you are.
Yes.
So if I'm a business, you ask a question in the course of this interview that I'm moving to Ghana, maybe I'm moving to US, I'm going on a business visa. You understand? So the business is there. They also want to know, you understand, how worthy that you are. Yes, you might have the billions in your account, but how credit worthy are you to come into my space to operate? So I can, should I shock you? Not only for visa, people don't know that even institutions in hotels, industries, they are using credit bureau services. You go to industry, you go to maybe a manufacturing company, I'm taking the goods from you. So, that's why we say the space is large. We have not even, we have scratched the space, but we have not dig it down in Nigeria. They want to know, AB Nigeria Limited, that I'm giving this good worth 20 million naira to. So for me to know that you are having a down payment of 35%, the remaining percentage, how will I be able to recover my money? I will check your credit worthy. How worthy is that your business? So that's why I tell people, businesses is not just you. It's everything around your space. You must ensure we are just building trust in the market space. Let that be a trust. If I've given you, ensure you return it back. If you tell me that, sometimes the lenders, the reason why the lenders is that I just want to ensure that I have my money back. How can I have my money? Let me increase the interest rates. But when people have good interest rates, good credit score, good credit worthiness, you can use it to bargain for lower interest. So to your question, if I'm not credit worthy here, what will it take me to become a credit worthy in the country that I'm going to? So that is applicable. There are hundreds of applications of credits, how credit worthy you are. Every space, there's nowhere, anywhere that is buy now today and pay later. Buy now today and pay later. You need to be checked. Before I release my 1 naira to you, because that 1 naira makes meaning to me, I must check you out. So that's why CRC Credit Bureau is there, to ensure we give people, the lenders, the industry, the manufacturing industry, the hotels. People go into hotels. They will, you will pay me back. People travel.
Yes.
People travel. Am I right?
Yes.
You pay for the ticket. I will pay for you. You go. When you come back, you pay me. So that's what I'm saying. The utilization of credit is everywhere that you don't know. You go, it may be another client. You buy a card, maybe you are going from Nairobi now, you are moving within. You have a card that you can, it's not a case that I can't come out because I don't have money.
Yes.
You have something to use. End of the month, you will pay it back with a bit of interest on. So that's why we want people to build. Someone said, I'm encouraging credit. Yes, I'm encouraging credit. Because I know with more there, with more space in that space, with more people in that space, the economy will keep moving. And it's the entrepreneur that moves the economy.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. right, talking about moving the economy forward, guess what, guys? We want to move you forward by taking you on a quick break. Of course, when we come back, we're going to be talking about bad debts, what you see or what your organization can do to people who have taken loans or facilities and it seems like they can't pay back, and what to do when your credit score keeps dropping. And of course, we're getting first-class advice from Ayodeji Aluko, who is a master in this. And of course, I'm not alone. I am with Olumide, and we are still doing this. This is SOUQ News TV. Don't forget to drop your comments on our YouTube page. We're going to read them. We want to know what you think. If you have any question for Aluko here, please ensure that you ask those questions. Let's take you on that quick break, and when we come back, Just Africa continues. I am Swift Adirinto.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked the CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the Outer Marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, Livestock, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged Livestock 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. I know you've been enjoying the conversation. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Like I told you, feel free to ask any question you want to ask. And of course, today we are talking about credit infrastructure and how it can, and data, and how it can develop the economy in Nigeria. I'm not alone having this beautiful conversation. I always tell you, on my left-hand side, I have Olumide, who is my partner in crime. How are you?
I am not your partner.
Because of credit now, he wants to deny me. On my right-hand side, I have Ayodeji Aluko. Very brilliant young man. How are you doing, Ayo?
Thank you, doing so sweet.
So I want to ask, Olumide, how's your credit score now? Because it's been talking.
My credit score is going well. I really don't access credit like that.
But you need to access credit, Olumide.
Yes.
You need to build it.
We are going to...
Credit score, it's not just a mark by looking at your facial look.
Yes.
No, it's something that you must do to earn.
Okay.
Start somewhere.
So let me tell you, I am, like a lot of Nigerians, I believe in saving. Olumide also has that thing. I bought a car, I didn't take credit. I saved.
Fantastic.
Anything I do, I don't take credit because I'm afraid of the ripple effect. Does that affect my credit score?
Yes.
Please explain.
So your credit score, like I've said, is a cumulative of the credit activity that you have involved in. That's what so if you have never been involved in any form, in any way, you know, yes, when you buy credits, when you buy call cards on your phone, people buy on credit. Do it.
Okay.
You are building something. It might be very little, but you start for somewhere. You gave an example. Fantastic question. You have saved your money. Just look at how long, how many rain. Though I know you will not have rain, rain would have been.
Amen. Yes, but yes, it took a longer time.
It took a longer time.
Because the dollar keeps going up.
Yes. Why didn't you, at the moment, at the onset, when you have seen that there's a need, that is an expansion, I can't be working, I need something to aid my work. And I don't have what it takes, what I need. And you have the capacity to be able to spread that burden with just a little, maybe instead of me doing 10, they want me now to do 11.5. You understand? And I have the capacity, that my savings, I can begin to, you understand, push it. So let me take it now, get this car, and I spread it. The car is mine. And it is when people do not have good intention of repaying back the loan, that's when they don't want to take it.
Okay, so Mr. Ayodeji, I know that Olumide wants to talk to you, but I'm going to do this since I'm in the middle, like cut. That's the middleman. I'm going to cut this one. But I want to ask a very big question.
Go ahead,
so,
please.
A story was once told to me that we had employed somebody, or my organization had employed somebody, and then the person had come in with two names. So the person said his name was, let's say, Tola Fatuma. And they kept asking, how come you only have two names? You know, your certificate keeps showing, you know, and it was like, no, he's done a change. He actually had a change of name. And over the time, by the time they wanted to pay his salary, because of BVN, the bank hit them up that, look, this guy had taken a loan or a facility from his former company, and he had run away. And so when he came, he changed his name so that you people don't know that this is who he is. So I want to ask, What does your company, in this kind of situation, what impact does your company have, or how can it review for the company that is hiring, and of course the company that this person has taken a loan, working with them, and has run away or has resigned from?
Okay, thank you. You know, I was telling us how credit bureau, impacts our total space. Everywhere you go, credit bureau has a role to play.
Okay.
In Nigeria as of today,
yes,
people, I have a name. You have a name, am I right?
Yes.
Even our names, I've met someone who be exactly
the same
name like mine. You understand? But there's so many things that distinguish us.
Okay.
You know, at the onset of the BVN, bank verification number in Nigeria, it was even the credit bureau space that pioneered that.
Wow.
That were the one that pioneered that. In other climes, you have social security number
Yes.
that everybody has that you cannot change. It's not transferable. Now in Nigeria, we have national identity number.
Yes.
We have bank verification number.
Yes.
So in Nigeria, this is just an advice for every employer. Everyone coming to you, it is your obligation, it's your responsibility, you check them out. CRC Credit Bureau has many members, we call them members, that are playing the space of, background checks that do it with people. This is technology.
Yes.
People have brought you, like now, if that company now is a member of the bureau, have reported such incidents, not incidents, have given us such data, it will be there.
Okay.
So when you move into a new organization, before I employ you, there are some selective positions, regulated selective positions in Nigeria, that before you get there, the regulator in that space, they want to know who are these people. They come to the bureau to check them out, to look at their credit worthiness. Because I want to know how you are. So if I see name, Ayodeji, my name is Aluko Ayodeji Adedayo.
Okay.
So if I've come here, so there are times in Nigeria that you can just walk in, because there is a system that our financial sector follow.
Okay.
That is follows, that everybody now must follow. In the way we write, if you go to some other country, the way they write their own date, it might be year in front, date, month in the middle, day the last. But ours in Nigeria is dates in the front, month,
and
year in full, not like 1999.
Okay.
You understand?
Yes.
So those are the things. There's a way. So in Credit Bureau, we have a way of an approved template that CBN, that Central Bank of Nigeria, has given to us to be receiving this data. It must follow that perspective. So if somebody have given you a wrong name, the system, our technology in CRC Credit Bureau has a way of identifying it.
Wow.
And it will bring it together that this person, you are the one that knows the person. I've stayed in number 22, Kanye Street, Wuse Zone 5, Wuse Zone 2, Abuja. Now, am I right? I'm now in Lagos, but something will have pointed that out. In his previous address, he has mentioned it, but the name is not tallying.
Wow.
So let me check who is that person is. I don't know, the way you open, you see it's the same person. So, it's give you, we said in CRC, we're giving you insights, your ability not to be in the darkness. Because when I'm in need, when I come in front of you, I hope you have seen somebody who's in need before. Yes. How desperate they will be. I'm sure it's the same thing applying to employer. Yes. When you need to employ someone you are in need, you quickly want to fill a space.
Yes.
But in doing that, do your checks. Come to the bureau. We have this person, get their consent. There's a consensual aspect. Become a member of the bureau of CRC. With that now, when people come to you, even your contractor, you are given a job. Oh, we're scaling up our studio. We're building multiple studios. Yes. Oh, this contractor have showed up. Oh, okay, the bill is this and that. You are invoicing. They are giving you invoice for you to pay. Okay, we're going to pay you 50%. Before you, okay, if I'm giving my money to you to commence this work, I must know, not that my money will disappear in your hand. You will not be giving me, oh, we are sorry, we are having a delay, our importation. Maybe the money, what are you using your money to import? Somebody has SOUQ done in China, and somebody need to get here. And you have been looking, oh, we are doing countdown. New studio is coming the next 13 days. And the studio lights is not yet here. You understand? So those are the risks that Credit Bureau is. We are de-risking the market. So if we are de-risking the market, that's why everybody must come into that space to look at what we are doing. So that employer now will have known that this person that I removed. So I cannot ask you a question as a risk analyst now. I cannot ask you a question and say, Mr. So, your name, why was it removed? The bank, thank God for the bank that alert you, because the bank too has put under a system. Maybe they are also be alerted. They have conducted credit checks and discovered this person that you are put in this position is owing this person, and that's the person you are committing your financial records to. Someone that you have given authority to be dealing with your money. You are exposed already.
Yes. So my flip side, I'm so sorry. I know you want to ask a quick question. But now, for my flip side now, we have talked about employers now.
Yes.
The big benefits. So an employer wants to employ me, checks my credit score through you. Now, by the side, I do side gigs. So, for example, I do fashion stuff. By the side, I run small businesses. And many times, as a small
business owner,
when you want to do stuff for people, they tell you, just bring it. Let's see what you really have, you know. They will pay you all later, maybe in a week. What can I do to protect myself as a young person too? I don't have the big money.
Not the big
yes,
money.
No, because I
get it. You know, when people talk about availability of information,
yes,
you don't need more.
Okay.
It's not really about money. In CRC Credit Bureau, yes, that is a premium, but the premium, where you are, we come there to meet you there. You understand? Where you are, we come there. So you don't need to be big.
You want to have 10 million.
Yes, to run. It's not. We're not looking at we are Credit Bureau. We are not looking at your portfolio.
Okay.
We're looking at the data that you have. So if somebody is calling me, if you're a member, maybe your business has registered with the Credit Bureau, CRC, and you have, this company AB, company CD has come and meet me, and they asked me to bring in goods for them. Then let me supply, and they repay me. They feel it. That's why we talk about documentation.
Yes.
Don't do, so far you are doing it today, that you need to be the one. The time will come that will be the one coming to you. Yes. We believe in growth, am I right?
Yes.
We are scaling up. So why can't you start from today? In your documentation, fill a form. It's not the kind of business that everyone should do. Yes, there are businesses that don't need to fill a form for, but keep records. Keep records. Somebody has said, so you don't even know their name. You don't know the company. You understand? You don't know their address. You don't even know who are behind. And you are supplying goods worth millions or even billions of naira to them.
No, even if it's 500.
Even if 500,000. Even if it's 200,000.
Yes.
You are supplying. So what if you get them? You know, I work in the banking sector.
Yes.
And I know how people can appear to you. And you will, this man is a big man. African language.
All right, thank you very much. Now, so the first question is, can an individual, let's say myself, can I access my credit score?
Yes.
All right. So moving on to the next question. Now, data and credit score is interconnected, which means institutions can access it. So I'm looking at a situation whereby someone with not necessarily bad credit, but a low credit, goes to a hospital, wants to access some medical
healthcare. We're in healthcare as well. We have healthcare. So they
on our platform. Go ahead and do a credit check.
Yes.
And they see that he probably has a low score. That might also undermine, in a negative way, them giving him the necessary or emergency medical attention he needs at that point.
Okay, let me. You know, that's part of people saying, Credit Bureau. I've met people in the course of my work. Yes. They will tell me the reason why I don't want to join Credit Bureau is that I don't want to lose my customer. The same customer that we are protecting.
Wow.
We are protecting your customer. We want to put them out there to have access, to be able to be seen, so that they will not become invisible. We are doing something for them so that everybody will see them and allow their businesses to grow. But if you say you don't want to come into that space, you also deny them opportunity of growth. You understand what I mean? So it is important. If I check out my credit score, if they discover in the medical something emergency, so now I can say, okay, Credit Bureau is it's not meant to deny you access to credit. It's for me to be informed. So if I'm asking you, even in Credit Bureau in CRC now, it's not only for credit. We even we have a data check repository, dot check. You know, in Nigeria, it's an offense to give a dot check.
Yes.
You know that?
Yes.
You issue credit against non-available funds. So when you do that, we have a data for it as well. So because when the data come, if I cannot see, okay, I've not done credit, but you have issued a check. My father now does not have credit, but my father, his means of giving money to people is by writing a check. Do you understand? So my father too, in his space, in his old age, is captured. So that's why it doesn't exclude. So now, for that, in that situation, if I notice that maybe your credit score is bad, and you know in that line, there is one hold that they have taken, the medical line they have taken, that ensure that they attend. So I can now say, okay, if you have a bad credit score, if I'm giving Ayodeji, who has, maybe Ayodeji has 750 over, Ayodeji has 800 over 750, and somebody that has 400 over 800, 850. If I'm giving Ayodeji 2%, I will give you 12%. Because I'm trying to I've had insight concerning what you do. You understand now? I need to be protected. I will go ahead and treat you, but there's a point of me signing, okay, I will take, because of your bad records, I'm not guaranteeing that my money will come if I give you, because, so you will have paid me the interest, you'll have paid my principal, and everybody is fine. And also I've helped you now to improve your, so that in such cases, so maybe if you take that now to a lender, if a lender meets someone, no, this is just an advice. Yes. If a lender meets somebody with bad something, there's a way. In some country, even in Nigeria here, people have been approaching credit bureau that we want to know people, we want to work with people who have bad credit score, that we can help them to boost it. Yes. That we can, some people, they even in other countries, they want to buy over such bad credits from you so that they can help you to clean it up. Not clean it up means not that it will leave, the traces will be over. So maybe you are facing repayment. So you are unable to, okay, let me be the one that you are owing now. I will pay on your behalf so that you are fine with them. So myself now, I've now begin to report good credit for you to the bureau because I've taken it over and I need to pay you. So such services also are available for people who had bad credit. And you ask the question, everybody in Nigeria, you have access to one free credit report every year.
Oh, are you serious?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Go online.
Okay.
Do you permit me to share?
Please do. Right, everybody.
Because we want to know.
We want to know. Knowledge. So
they've never known their credit score. Don't talk about them. They are hearing yellow, but it's fine. Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. So you go to CRC Credit Bureau.
Okay.
Online on the app. That is app. CRC Mobile. Download the app. Put in some of your details. They will ask you for some details. Put it inside. Do the necessary things, and your credit report is automatically delivered to you. You have access to one every year, every 12 months for free.
Fantastic.
And then you can check yourself. From that, you can begin. There are other products, if you're into that space, that you can be using to monitor yourself. So, we're talking about identity theft. I know you might go there because I'm sure there must have been some questions. Also, before we read the question, let me tell you. People can use somebody say, I've never been aware. I don't know, they've used my BVA, my phone got missing. As I was looking before I could block the other loans on using my records, and then I'm the one that is being chased, and I'm not the one. So you have what is called monitor and alert. ICOM Plus for individual and COM Plus for a corporate entity. You just pay a premium. You understand? So whenever there's anything about you, we will let you know. So they can be monitoring. So if somebody, I'm not the one, you will quickly run there and say, no, I'm not the one, because the more you let it be, we have seen people at the point of that important. In our office, people have brought cake to appreciate us, that we're the one that let them know. If not, they will have entered into. People have written a lot of letters appreciating us, emails, showing that your impact is your services that enable me, both from the lender and the borrower. So as a borrower, somebody as an SME, as an entrepreneur, check yourself. Look at what is being reported concerning you. That one is an empowerment that you take there. So if somebody, I'm rejecting your loan because your loan, I'm rejecting your facility, if you can stand up and say, no, you can't be rejecting. Why are you rejecting? So you can stand up. Why are you giving me this rate? I've gone through, I've maintained good credit. So why you cannot debate, but people don't even know how to debate. There is 50% time.
Just saying, yes.
But I'm leaking the secret now.
Yes.
If you know, you can go to your lender and say, no, look at my records. I have my own copy. You have yours. We have mine. So why can't I not get something cheaper and better?
Fantastic. fantastic. Guess what? They said time flies when you're having fun and you're in between two very handsome men. I wish we had more time. But management says we need to call it up because it's an hour. But we'll definitely be bringing you back again. You must promise to come back.
Okay.
Definitely.
Definitely.
I still have more questions.
I know. Because
it's quite inciting, eye-opening.
We need to
some
check.
of the things you've
All
said.
right, so before we leave, I'll just tell you your very few final words, preferably just advice in 1 minute.
Okay.
Yes.
I've written something and I said I'll just read it out. I said your data is your voice in the financial world. Even if you are small today, keeping a record of how you pay, borrow, or trade can open doors in the future. Do you understand?
Yes.
Credit is not just about borrowing. It is about building a reputation that can help you attract funding partners and opportunities. So don't wait. Start small. Track your transactions, like I've mentioned, and work with platforms that report credit to bureaus. Your future will thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's quite, I really enjoyed myself. And of course, we need to get you back again.
Definitely. All I want to say thank you so much for always watching and being with us. Don't forget, Just Africa comes up from 8:30 a.m. to 9:30 daily. Don't miss it. My name is Swift Derrito. Have a fantastic day. Bye-bye.
And I am Olumide Shukura. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Hello, glad to have you on the Queen's Court Part 2, where we will be discussing many things. You know, this is the show that speaks about the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Benite, and various technological advancements change the way new generations are raised. Such evolving youths have different characteristics, needs, the perceptions about life, and the extension of their views on women in leadership. Leadership style which were effective in the past are becoming unsatisfactory and unacceptable to a new generation, especially Generation Z. Today, we are discussing women leadership in the viewpoint of young men who belong to Generation X, Y, and Z clan. But before we get started, let's go on this short break and we'll be right back. Now let's delve into our conversation for today, women in leadership and the perceptions of male Generation X, Y, and Z. Joining me today is Generation X, Mr. Maurice Ekpong. He's the Executive Director, African Journal for Sustainable Development. And of course, we have a Generation Z right here, Mr. Delight Osamhazi, social media expert. And of course, Ken Okwebo, who is a writer and a filmmaker. He is Generation Y. Gentlemen, you are all welcome.
Thank you.
And relax at the Queen's Court. We know it's a Queen's Court, but gentlemen, just simply relax as we delve into our discussion today and our conversation on these many challenges from your perception. We have issues of challenging still the gap, equality gap issues are still an issue that we are looking at. We know that in the Generation Z, that gap is closing up a bit, but they are not still there yet. And we've been talking about other challenges that women are facing. What are your thoughts? Starting from Generation Y, I will come back to Z. Generation Y, what do you think are the challenges? What do you see? What do you understand by women leadership?
Well, what I believe is I think it's so important to have women in leadership because women are known to have the capacity to influence people, and they are very, very passionate. And passionate is something that is very integral to leadership because without passion, you cannot influence or you cannot inspire people, right? And women are known to be very passionate people. But as you said, it's been challenging for women in leadership. There's been a lot of challenges from the equality issue to even having the backdrop of being burnt out from having to work overtime to show their worth or their value so they can be recognized in the workplace, in the organization, just having to work extra hard to show that light has really not really helped them grow. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Generation Z, you have been around a little while. And we are still battling with these women leadership issues. What do you think are the challenges? And what is this all about? No, Generation Z, please. Yes. I will come to you.
Okay, that's Generation X, you mean?
I mean, Generation X, I beg your pardon. X is right beside you, yes.
Okay, so I mean...
I'll come to Z. Z, you're new on the block, so let's hear from the oldies.
Yeah, thank you very much. Really nice to be here. So I think the major challenge with women leadership across the world, I mean, it may interest you to note that the challenges for, in women leadership, are both, in the developed and developing and undeveloped societies. So whether you are looking at America, you are looking at Canada, you are looking at the UK, you are looking at Spain and all the developed countries, these challenges persist. So it comes right down to what I'd like to call stereotypes, right? We have stereotypes about the kind of roles women, allowed, depending also on the cultural context to participate in. So if you look at Africa, for instance, Africans have certain roles that are, that mostly domesticate women. So it's pretty difficult to unbundle those stereotypes. So I think that's like the first level challenge that women face when it comes to leadership. Those stereotypes, especially from the male chauvinist, would need to be overcome before women can have a chance at, So, for instance, women have to work, if you look at the statistics, maybe like 3 times as hard or even more to do the same things that men do naturally, right? Whether they are attending an interview, whether they want to do something like, for instance, there's a popular lady mechanic in Lagos. I can't remember her name.
Yeah.
So to convince people to bring their cars to her, she has to work 3 or 4 times as hard as the male folks who may not even be as competent as she is. Yeah. Right? So those stereotypes would need to be overcome before women can stand a chance to showcase the potential that they have in the space of leadership.
Well, Generation Z, the gap is closing, but there's still gap. And many of your generation, from your point of view as a male, as a guy, you look at a woman who is climbing into leadership, what comes to your mind?
Well, we have to first understand what leadership is. It's not attached to any gender, it's not attached to any role, but it's a capacity whereby people grow into. So we can't just be about saying leadership is for male, neither is it for female. But we are looking at it in such a way because our generation is known to, I don't want to use the word rebel, but is known to always challenge the system and change. They are mostly outspoken. And so the question we ask ourselves most of the times before we take into all these actions is, who sets the standards? Who says women cannot actually lead? What culture are they into? What society? Because society and cultures varies across. But looking at women leadership is something that it's mostly common amongst all cultures, whether in Europe, but in the way it has evolved from different places has begun to change the mindset of people. For instance, I was watching a documentary or something, and a lady was saying, in Europe, if you gift somebody an item, the person will open it there not to. The reason is not just to sound rude, but in some other places, if you gift somebody an item, the person won't open so that it won't look as if it's
you're judging the gift.
Exactly. So looking at these are different societal values from different perspectives. So if we are looking at women leadership, we are looking at what angle are we looking at it from? Because there are some societies that have grown beyond the hindrances of women in leadership. There are people who adopt before in the 80s, in the 70s, there were no women into politics. There were no women into. But if you look at it in some countries today, you have women who are playing big roles, even in industries. I look at, especially when I was in primary school, we learned about the lady from Liberia, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf.
Yes.
And even growing up, looking into the industry, especially for Pepsi, they have a CEO that was there. I can't remember her name, Norma something.
Yes.
But under her, their revenue grew to more than 80% or 80% and above.
Excellent.
But looking at this, you can say that it's not bad. But there are some things that people feel that, women in leaders, they can't be leaders because of maybe their emotional stability and all. But I don't see that as an hindrance for them to be or to fill up that leadership role.
Excellent. You know, Generation Y is having a little bit of more challenges, even in recent time, because you're almost like the crossbreed of the dilemma of women in leadership, and even in the issue of marriages. There are so many challenges that Generation Y is facing. Why do you think you're still struggling with women in leadership when it has come to stay?
Well, that's the thing. We are at the age where we are conflicted about many things. Thanks to our culture, they'll demand that, you know, if you're in your 30s, you should be starting looking at, you know, managing your family, raising kids, you know, looking for husbands if you're single. So I think in terms of priorities, things tend to change. There's a shift in priorities as to how you can be effective in leading people or leading the cause or an idea. There's a demand for a more cultural acceptance. Get married at a certain age, you should be taking care of your kids or raising up your home, managing your home. So there is this pressure per se for women to get outside of leadership to look or take up other things, you know, concerning their house, concerning their lives. So it's just an hindrance in a sense for women to not, you know, focus on leadership or focus on effective change in their society. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's just a cultural demand on women in our society.
You know, for Generation X, I'm in the higher spectrum of the Generation X. We know that women leadership is a major battle. And the women who actually get married is as if they actually give up their leadership. Why is that? Because she can have both of the roles that she have. Why should she give up her leadership because she gets married?
Okay, that's a very interesting question. Why should marriage? Why should a woman get to choose between her career, for instance, and her marriage?
Yes,
that's a catch. That's a pretty difficult question. But I think women can have both. But the deciding factor would probably be who the woman marries, you know, gets married to. So the woman needs to be very deliberate about, you know, her choice. So she doesn't get herself in a situation where she marries a man who basically wins her off work, putting her in a very risky situation. I mean, there are stories of men who, with all good intentions and purposes, said to their wives, for instance, "Look, I'll take care of you. You don't need to do any work. You know, I'll pay you a salary for, you know," and that's with good intentions. But down the road, the man dies, and then the woman is left in a very difficult situation. She can't go back to work. She can't fend for herself. And if you are in a Nigerian context where cultures sometimes, you know, asks the man's family to come and take away everything, then the woman becomes. So I think the challenge really is in many faces. Like I said initially, the stereotype, you know, from the highest levels in Nigeria and across Africa, there are people who still have the mindset that the woman can't be more than the woman, you know, than the person in the other room. There was a president in this country who was, I mean, I think he was on an unofficial visit to Germany, where Angela Merkel was the leader, you know, at the time. Angela Merkel is a woman, right? And then when he was asked the question, he said his wife was meant to be in the other room, right? So his wife, meaning in our local parlance, that the wife wasn't supposed to be anything but domesticated. So we need to overcome those mindsets, those mindsets that put woman in that box where she cannot have the best of both worlds.
Excellent. Generation Z, for you, you're still battling with many questions and trying to challenge the status quo. What do you think young ladies should be challenging now to get to the leadership position that they need? Because many of your age group either are young graduates or in school, doing masters, doing one thing or the other. As they prepare for life, what do you think they should be doing to get into that leadership? Because Rwanda right now, people say Rwanda has 60%, over 60% women in the parliament. And the reason for that is because of the civil war. But I say, well, Nigeria had a civil war. We don't have that percentage. America had a civil war. They are below Rwanda in that percentage with all the freedom that they have. So what is your generation? What are you telling, as a male man, what are you telling the fellow women out there? Said, my fellow Gen Z, this is what you have to begin to do.
Well, women in leadership is actually born out from feminism. And we've seen different waves of feminism. There are like about, who knows, let's say starting since the 17th century, there must be about like four waves of feminism going on. And this, and it has evolved from right to vote, right to work, and now we are now in the era whereby we are talking about women in leadership. And I can tell you that going on henceforth, it's still going to keep on pushing its way to different spectrums, because there are different places whereby women are still not acting in those roles. But the truth of the matter is, first, like I said, standards. We need to challenge the system and say, who sets the standards that women cannot actually? Well, we know that, okay, religion may also play a role in all this, but we as Generation Z, actually, a significant aspect in our generation is the fact that we consider role models. And we also consider looking at what people have done before we do it. Is it possible? And sincerely speaking, like I gave example of different women who have played important role in different aspects, I think it's something that we, obviously, that our generation right now, and don't forget that our generation is something that is a generation that is tech savvy.
Yeah.
And also the push of social media, someone can just be in his four corners and become an activist and all. And I can tell you that with all these agendas pushed, both from the social media aspect and from the role model aspect, I can tell you that in years to come, the percentage, exactly, the percentage of women acting in leadership will begin to
astronomical.
Yeah.
We're looking forward to that. Okay, let's just speak quickly on, as a male, and you have a female friend or a female counterpart, what will you be telling her as a male, encouraging her in the leadership journey? Mr. Ken.
Okay. So I think for me, the first point is to lead oneself. You can't be a great leader to other people except you've truly led yourself as a person. And again, it's such a barrier in the male-dominated space for a woman to, break out into the light. So it takes a lot. It takes twice the number of times, twice the number of efforts for a woman to break through. So you have to do the groundwork. You have to lead yourself.
What does that groundwork? Quickly,
well, let us know that we'll go on a short break.
What's that groundwork?
Self-awareness. There's part of emotional intelligence.
Excellent.
There's the skill sets. There's you have to be a person of value, right? Because the work speaks for itself, right? It gets to a point where they can't deny your greatness. Men can't deny your greatness. The effect of who you've become is too much of a light that, it's everywhere and people see it for what it is. So I think, and it's still, I'm not saying that when you do all this groundwork, you still won't face challenges. Yeah, but do that work, improve yourself, be more self-aware, grow in your skill set, be more excellent, be more diligent, and do not conform to the norm. If you see a cause that is worth championing, lead the voice, build the voice, and also confident. You have to be very confident in the man's world. I don't know if it's a man's world, but you have to be very.
That's another stereotype right there. We're going to take a short break and we will be right back. Welcome back. We are still looking at women leadership and the perception of the male in the house in our courts, Generation X, Y, and Z. And I'm going straight to Generation X. Generation X, we have a lot of divorces happening right now. From COVID-19, the rate of divorces at the global level and Nigeria escalated. And many issues are tied with the fact that women who want to go beyond their home to express themselves, to lead, to contribute, it seems to be a hindrance. Is that really a hindrance? From your perspective as a Generation X, a male within the 40s into your 50s, is that really a hindrance to family life?
Okay, so I think it depends on what perspective you are looking at it from, right? It shouldn't be a challenge. You talked about the statistics. I think some time ago I was looking at the divorce rate and I was very surprised to find that the divorce rate in Nigeria was higher than the divorce rate in America.
Yeah, it escalated.
So that was pretty much very surprising to me because I expected that because of our culture, but a lot is changing in our culture as we become a lot more westernized. So both from a male perspective and a female perspective, the temperament is very short. So people have a very short fuse, so to speak, and can't wait out the challenges in marriage. So to your question, there shouldn't be a challenge if a woman wants to do anything, right? If you look historically from Nigeria, for instance, women have done tremendously well. So from history, women have been in leadership position. So it is quite difficult to say, to begin to argue about the need for more women in leadership because women have been in leadership where men have slept. About women's riot, right? Where the colonial masters tried to do some things that worked against the cultures in what is now present-day Nigeria. Women got up from the east all the way to Calabar, from Imo to Calabar, and protested and forced the colonial administration to change. If you look at people like Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, look at that's Fela's mother, and Margaret Ekpo, and so many people, Queen Amina of Zaria. Yeah. So many women have risen up, and when they rise up, nobody tries to pull them down. People just naturally gravitate towards them because everybody has a desire for change, right? So it's up to the woman to say, look, this is what I want to do. If you have an understanding husband, well and good. If you married a man who thinks you are best in the other room, I'm sorry about that.
You need to renegotiate.
You need to rediscuss your,
Okay, Generation Z, do you think your generation is ready for this women leadership versus men leadership together, coming together in homes, in organization to make things happen?
Well, like he said, it depends on the perspective or the point of view you are looking at it from. And as a Christian, which I am, we are more tend to follow, our lifestyle is more tend to follow what the Bible says or what the scripture says. And looking at it from the scriptural point of view, you find scriptures in the Bible whereby it's saying women have to be submissive to their husbands, and even right from the creation of man, creating the woman as a helping hand for the man. And we are in the era whereby we are talking about women leadership, and people tend to mix submission and leadership. We all know that, yes, leaders, followers are those who submit to a leader. But we should also not forget that before someone is a leader, he has to first to follow. And followership also entails submission. As we are not saying that if you are submissive in your house, you are not a leader or something. But people need to understand the difference, or where submission lies in maintaining a home, and where women in leadership is. Naturally, the order, from my own perspective, or from where I am looking at it from, the natural order is that men are actually the head of the home. And so
the head of the wife. We always mistake like that. The scripture says head of the wife.
Okay, so looking at it from that place, we going against that natural order brings chaos.
Yes. So the woman is the head. The man is the head of the home, but did not say the woman does not lead because the man is head. So there's a different order. Submission does not negate women leadership.
Yeah, it doesn't.
So in one sentence, what is your conclusion? Are you encouraging women to lead? Are you encouraging women to lead? Do you want women to lead? One word, yes. Quickly as we wrap up.
Absolutely. I think anyone with a voice should lead. Leadership does not literally mean you have to be in a position of power. You know, if you have the famous Dr. Morris said, once you have a vision, once you are convicted of that vision, once you have a passion for something, you are able to influence other people or inspire other people. As something as basic as loitering on the road, it could be something that really disturbs my spirit. I could champion a cause to stop.
So simply, you're encouraging women. Don't wait till you get to the top.
Do not wait till you get to the top. Start from where you are.
Well, growing up attending seminars, I hear this phrase: "Leaders are not born, leaders are made."
Exactly.
And I feel that if you have the capability to act in that role, why not? It's possible for a woman to be a leader as far as you are able to act in that capacity of leadership.
And balance things out.
Yeah, so
conclusion.
For me, if you look at the world population, almost evenly spread between men and women.
Yes.
Any society or individual that shuts down women leadership is impeding the development of society.
Excellent.
In that case, you are not allowing, your community or your home or your nation to fire on all cylinders. Mm-hmm. So you are literally shutting down one part of your potential. Yeah. And studies have demonstrated the impact of, releasing women, on the family. Yes. There's a particular study that said that, in summary said that if you empower a man, the man would likely, in my own words, spend that with his friends and concubines and all. But if you empower a woman, you empower an entire society. So women should be released to be all that they were created to be.
Thank you very much. We must always remember that women leadership has come to stay. Whatever generation you are, the balance of your life starts now. You got to know where to balance your life, what to do, and how to negotiate. Whether negotiation in marriage, negotiation in friendship, in organization, you got to know that you have to lead. You lead whether from the home gate to the city gate. You must just continue to lead. Like our guests have said, lead at home, lead at the gate, lead in the city, everywhere. Show forth your leadership by inspiring and motivating, changing perceptions and values, because you, mother, are the mother of that little boy. Have you been teaching your little son that women leadership is important? Because everything starts at the cradle before we get to the gate. So for all of us as women, you can see what the men are saying. You have no hindrance. You have no excuse. You got to lead your world. And once again, we want to thank our guests for being with us, Mr. Ken, Mr. Delight, and Mr. Morris. Thank you so much for joining us at the Queen's Cut. God bless you, and see you next time.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femy Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh my God.
What that thing sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened, and then also thinking about royalty, you know, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when we come into this place. I mean, I'm at this point.
You know, talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femy Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
That finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independence celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femy Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femy Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. It was a day of joy for each of the artists to see that the president of Femy Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. Coordinator of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, SOUQ TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged artists while commending their creativity. The general manager, Herman Briggs, was excited that the collaboration between Femy Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel exchanged pleasantries with the president and told SOUQ News TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femy Walsh team include Temitope Ifiodun, HR Manager, Billy Ugoechi, Events and Banqueting Manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the executive chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, housekeeping manager, Dr. Arogundade, digital sales executive. Each of this senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with SOUQ News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and SOUQ News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femy Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like SOUQ News TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femy Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you gotta do is make sure you contact Femy Walsh, because we give you the best of the best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching SOUQ News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this: keep watching SOUQ.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the banqueting and events manager. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Temitope Ifidon, HR manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
That we should relax and enjoy every bit of the program, the conference. We have a lot of things. We have a keynote. Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in person of Maureen Ken George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director of SIRD, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, LASCOPA. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is engineer Greg Ashibogu. He's the chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDA in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okapo. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron, who is also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Aye, the founder of Antalaza PS. Please help me to clap for her. She's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Wole Soyinka, the president of the Restaurant, Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Professionally and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDA and I said, we are going to be there. So, this year, Dr. Okapo, I'm happy that you are here. God will bless all of us. Throughout the day, we'll be treated to insightful presentations, engaging discussion with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care Company, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully aspirations and share our perspective. It's ready to learn, unlearn, and relearn, and enjoy the company of your peers at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave in Navy or getting good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a managers conference, and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand at first. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody gives an answer, it's you that needs to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry. I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are standing in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that wants to propose to their girlfriend and wants to get married, you will be part of their life experience forever, just by being a manager in a restaurant or in a food establishment. So in such a critical role, that if you are occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited supervisors that want to be managers. Because when you aspire towards a position, you need to know what that position is going to be. Okay, let's assume we know what a manager is now. What does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please.
Effective manager would lead by example.
Lead by a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room.
work on themselves. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you will only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give me a round of applause. Can I have one more answer? Because my time is limited here. What does an effective manager do?
An effective manager must be proactive.
Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give me a round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take this about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here, you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your product, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they'll clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? I'm almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you will see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally holds the job. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you, as you attend this conference, to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close up my walk away, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? I leave the floor. Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give my round of applause! There's no R in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must be given division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time. And I hope that this conference will be as impactful for you as it is for me. Thank you.
Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Our ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in Sweet Sensations' ongoing transformation. Under our leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication.
Food evangelist, and I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol, but even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bolayeli, who's here. Mrs. Bolayeli, the founder of Fertilizers and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCBC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. I don't follow my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So, well done, man. Thank you for all you got, NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Kende Hampson, the founder and CEO of Sweet Sensation. Chairperson of Livestock. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, it's giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly. Things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumer, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives, and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here, or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes. Network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire in the industry. But please make sure you learn. Make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for you who is not here. Which message from Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering a thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled, but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable Sadiq Rabiu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity for Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that's the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Raza, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Axis yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. The best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then we have not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every brand, right? Like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you'll get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you're all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You're a brother and you made a brother who will to support all that you do. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back into lecture on Wednesday.
Everybody, and I belong to nobody, so as not to miss out anybody. All protocols duly observed. Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Okubaba today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, the NNMDA campaign, ably represented by the DMP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Sayo Alibaba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not holding this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February, and I told you, I know. You sent in every necessary December. The rest assured, we will call. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, you know, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will call. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, RESPAN, Restaurant and Food Service Providers Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot sizzling meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And you know, we tried getting more members. We approached the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners, and you know the mentality when it comes to fast food. They believe it's all about junk. And mind you, our logo is there. It used to be eat AFCON, eat safety. They're not like, we are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a sweet sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big item. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have a efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat respect, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from our member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bosse Ayede. She happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, delivered by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Art and Culture. So, like the MC said, speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of robotic lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is SOUQ, that is Solar Rahim. I look at SOUQ. I'm standing here for my general manager, Afolabi Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is due to be highly educated. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair trade practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the knowledge to go through that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is the service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurant. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers should help us to address that. Then, apart from all the sports services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food and saw a fly in the food. You cannot rule that out. So now, why try to reach out to the restaurant? The person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. We should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issue on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like ASOCA. I want to inform you that the perspective 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor, 2024 law, that empowers agencies to seal all premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager would say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the space are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I hope you enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumers as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shileko Espe. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guest, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is no longer an option, it is a necessity. From responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being, sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Alana Green.
That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what it means. I recognize everybody that is here. And I have not addressed you in person, it's not out of sight. But I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition. And what's not happened before, from what I heard today, it looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. They have described it very well. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, and what thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that he sees in our industry that he's trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far, all the people that have worked with you, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my limited knowledge and experience, and also to learn from the different experts that have been put together, that have been invited to help deepen our knowledge in specific areas of restaurant operations today. The theme of our conference, as we have heard over and over again today, is elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but It also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers, do you see yourself as of today in these huge markets that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure. Like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said, content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted. When she said content, that's again a difference that has happened in the environment that we are currently operating in. COVID-19. With the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through unique customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits will range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach the wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology to tailor services specifically to meet the needs of our customers. Innovation can help to reduce costs through process automation or the use of technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of the house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can't reach you through technology? Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, outside restaurants where your food is put right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to hook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences, unlike where we have fixed recipes that is made to fit a general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We as an industry must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of SAFE to our industry. What then will our position be? I keep wondering, are we going to charge for the more expensive bags, or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit. How do we reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we try in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. Managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
Moving on. Now, what is the role? Am I waste already. Except of course in your restaurants, when food drops on the floor, you pick it, you clean it, and you serve the customer. And I'm sure that I don't have any restaurant managers that are doing that poor quality practices. The lack of hygiene. She has talked about washing your hands, your earrings, all of those things. It's very important as managers or as food business staff, we need to have proper hygiene. If you lack good hygiene, it's as well as putting money into the waste bin. And lastly, quality control, overcooking, undercooking, inconsistent portioning, getting food for minor defects. I don't know if this is news to many of us, right? But sometimes people reject product because they look ugly. Not for food safety cases, or not for the sake of food safety, but because I don't just like how this tomato is looking. It's not looking very fine. So they end up throwing it away. But you need to understand that nobody knows whether the tomato is fine or ugly when it is being cooked. So you need to have a very good relationship with your vendors. Tell your vendors, okay, these are the qualities I am looking out for. Have a checklist. Train your vendors and train the staffs around, those who are handling it. Training is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hands, look your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down on those who are upcoming, okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and risk control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. Have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist and you are not coming to the is good, there's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure people when storing, donate under-used items, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, you need to keep a track and say, okay, why am I having this product? Is it that it's not moving? People don't like it. So that I don't end up buying a lot of things that you're giving out, because really for restaurants, you're not buying to give out for free. You are buying to make money, to put back into your business. So we have a lot of product that's every day or every month, getting here out, you're donating it excessively. They need to have a track record and say, do I need to take this off completely, or do I need to reduce it? Again, train your staff. Now for chefs and stewards, smart menu planning. You need to plan your menu with ingredients that can make too many food products. So if you're having, say lentils for instance, how many food products or how many menus can lentils do? Start thinking in that way. Start menu planning. Don't just plan it. I have 55 menus. Oh, you cook all of them in one day. At the end of the day, just 5 food. What happens to the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been used for any other thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and just portion control. I know as Nigerians, many of us we don't like it. But then again, for food business owner, if you do not manage your portion control, you end up having a lot of food waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seed, good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those dry weights, are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. The product or the number of products you would have each Ramadan period. You agree with me that it is different from the one you start experiencing from next week. True or false? I need an answer, please. True or false? Exactly. People are fasting this period, right? So the likelihood that there will be a lot of people in the restaurants might not be as much as when options and lots of particular options. What about for your buffet hosts and event coordinators? So that everybody is involved, from the purchasing manager to chefs and stewards, even to event coordinators. Know the amount of guests that you are inviting to an event and plan accordingly. Have a food waste policy. This is new. I know for manufacturing companies, because those who are the FSSA national space, it is not new to them. But for restaurants, having a waste policy might be new, and to be a good initiative so that your customers know that you're trying to make money and to also save the environment. So to be a good thing to have a food safety, a food waste policy initiative, partner with food banks, and again training. But the important thing is train. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please again, and say train your people. And FHSC also carry out training. Just let me put it out there. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned where food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post-phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What do you need to do? Start with the food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms where your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That is the only way you can drive change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, you might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the most important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy of technology that we talk about. It's called TNA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you use, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to try. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal, what do I need to do? So that is what targeting goals. Then you measure, you track, where my waste coming from? Is it from the preface or from the post-phase? You need to know, you need to measure. When you measure, you know whether or not you're reducing or you're not reducing the waste. And then you act. After knowing your hotspots, after measuring, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to cut down? Do I need to do a smart menu planning? What are the things I need to do? And then you communicate with people. You cannot have all of this and keep it to yourself. You cannot drive change and keep it to yourself. So you must communicate with everyone, and I mean everyone in each department. just works. But I've known him for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been using it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. But so that you can actually, food waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay?
We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just screamed, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of 2 Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then a business is born. So this is how our Ainomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ainomoto group. The NAFDA people here know us, we are registered. The SOUQ people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ainomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants, they use Ainomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ainomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugarcane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. That is the 5th taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It is to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ainomoto. Ainomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ainomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious,
delicious enough. You're just adding salt. You're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ainomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consume that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. They just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. But once in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. And not that you don't take at all. So you are what you eat. And when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing word of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 500 gram spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions. We love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
Of this program, and Grassy Global Foundation, headed by we are presenting this award to the DG of Naira, Professor Adeyemi. And she was one of those ones that bring premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it. And I'm happy that I happened to be one of the first production supervisors that became an athlete manager and we never stop. So, on behalf of the organizer of the maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, we are presenting this award of honor to Mrs. Wole Soyinka in recognition of her contribution to the growth and development of Nigerian restaurant managers. We are doing that one today, and we are happy that you still are happy to be here to see this award. Restaurants, cafes, bars, and club association. You can see, I think from what we have found today, you can see that we are blessed to have her. And ever since she has been taking me up and down, Mr. Dada, we are having a cocktail meeting. Can you come? We are having this one, can you come? Forgetting the fact that I say, they want me to be Lama. But I have to twist my time to get there. So, she has been very supportive. We need to thank Dr. Taylor, the chairperson and president of RCBC Association, appreciation of your visionary leadership, selfless dedication, tireless effort, and outstanding.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine, defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that Simple natural medicine. No other thing. Natural medicine. Let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Mohammed, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. Even here, Apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the news. We are reaching you live from our studios at SOUQ News Television in the urban city of Lagos. My name is Oyinpriye Krumale. Let's begin with today's stories. President Bola Tinubu is expected in Kaduna State today for the commissioning of major development projects by Governor Uba Sani's administration as part of activities marking the governor's second year in office. Among the key projects are a newly completed 300-bed specialist hospital in Millennium City, designed to improve healthcare delivery in the state. The president is also expected to open the Institute of Vocational Training and Skills Development in Rigachikun road projects in Soba and Samaru Kataf local government areas, and 24-kilometer Kafanchan Township Road, all set to lower logistic costs, improve rural market access, and support trade integration across Kaduna State's zone. The specialist hospital in Millennium City is expected to reduce outbound medical referrals, retain healthcare spending within the state, and create employment opportunities in the healthcare and allied services sector. The vocational training centers in Rigachikun and Tudumbiri aim to equip thousands of young Nigerians with technical and business-ready skills, supporting macro-enterprise growth and ease unemployment pressures. A major economic highlight is the launch of 100 compressed natural gas buses, which signals Kaduna's entry into cost-effective, low-emission public transportation system. The move supports Nigeria's energy transition strategy and may spur local investment in gas infrastructure and green mobility. Moving on, the federal government has inaugurated an expanded ministerial committee to draft a national law aimed at curbing building collapses in the country. Housing and Urban Development Minister Ahmed Musa Dangiwa, who inaugurated the committee on Wednesday, said the move is part of efforts to strengthen oversight in the construction sector. The committee, made up of professionals from ACOM, Koren, QSRBN, and the Building Collapse Prevention Guild, will review past recommendations and propose a phased roadmap to address legal, technical, and institutional gaps. It will also design a compliance checklist and regulatory framework to improve accountability and uphold construction standards. The committee is expected to present its recommendations and draft legislations in the coming months, according to reports. Now, the 36 state governors have pledged to work with the federal government to dismantle illegal checkpoints, harmonize levies, and boost the movement of food and goods across the state, part of a broader push to address rising food insecurity in the country. The governors under the Nigerian Governors Forum, led by Kwara State Governor Abdulrahman Abdulrazak, made the commitment after a high-level meeting with National Security Advisor Malam Nuhu Ribadu and key ministers on Thursday. Reading the communique, Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu said the governors acknowledged that unlawful checkpoints, multiple taxation, and poor infrastructure were key drivers of food price inflation and disruption in the supply chain. Now, still at the same meeting, the governors expressed concern over the World Bank's failure to fulfill funding promises under the Nigerian Community Action Recovery and Economic Stimulus Program, also known as NG Cares. According to Sanwo-Olu, the World Bank revealed that Nigerian states have collectively invested over $2.2 billion in the program, with over 17 million direct beneficiaries already impacted. However, the forum noted that unresolved issues surrounding unfulfilled funding pledges under the NG Cares 1.0 need to be addressed before the launch of a second phase. Now, the House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee have summoned 13 oil companies to appear before it over an alleged non-remittance of $456.95 million, equivalent to over 731 billion naira, owed to the federal government. Despite several invitations and the national notices, the companies have reportedly refused to honor the committee's call. This has prompted lawmakers to consider constitutional sanctions. Chairman of the committee, Bamidele Salam, said the failure to comply would attract constitutional consequences, stressing the House's commitment to fiscal accountability. Meanwhile, the committee has recovered another $15.7 million, about 25 billion naira, raising the total recovery funds to 86.5 billion. This follows a detailed probe into the Auditor General's report, which revealed oil firms owe up to 9.4 trillion naira in unpaid royalties, penalties, and contractual dues. Now, the Bank of New York Mellon Co. BNY Mellon, in partnership with Standard Bank Group, is launching a global depository notes backed by Nigerian local currency sovereign debt, offering international investors direct exposure to Nigeria's high-yield debt market. These notes will be cleared through Euroclear and Clearstream, allowing broader participation in Nigeria's fixed income assets. The 182-day Treasury bills yielding 18.5%, benchmark 2033 bonds offering 19.33%. Nigeria presents one of the most attractive sovereign yields among emerging markets, according to reports. The move signals growing international confidence in Nigeria's macroeconomic trajectory and could serve as a model for unlocking capital flows into other African economies. This initiative is part of broader efforts to deepen Nigeria's capital markets and attract foreign capital, especially as the country undertakes structural reforms under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's Moody's recent upgrade of Nigeria's debt rating to B3 with a stable outlook further strengthens the case for institutional investments. Now, the Bank of England is expected to hold its benchmark interest rate at 4.25% today as policymakers weigh sluggish UK growth against persistent inflation and rising geopolitical tensions. April's GDP figures revealed the sharpest economic contraction since 2023, while wage growth showed signs of cooling despite some calls for easing. The Monetary Policy Committee is forecast to vote 7-2 in favor of maintaining current rates, opting for caution amid volatile global energy prices and continued uncertainty for the Middle East conflict. Across the globe, however, a rate-cutting trend is emerging. Central banks in Norway, Switzerland, and the Philippines have each lowered rates by 25 basis points this week, citing easing inflation and fragile growth. But UK officials remain wary, particularly as oil prices climb above $76 per barrel due to Israel-Iran conflict. Higher energy costs threaten to prolong inflationary pressures in Britain, complicating the bank's path toward eventual monetary easing and putting pressure on households and business operating costs. Markets have responded cautiously. The British pound slipped to $1.339, reflecting investor nerves ahead of the announcement, while the FTSE and European stock indices opened lower. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Coming up shortly is Souk Business Landscape. Do join us again.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Igboje Ainomoto, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Aige Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Aige Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Aiboje Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, He was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ainomoto also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ainomoto Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Ainomoto founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Nwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ainomoto Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 Naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ainomoto Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 Naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much. We were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Aige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Aige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Wole Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinua Achebe and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music, and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Femy Walsh. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts, some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Hello and welcome to another episode of the Souk Business Landscape. Good afternoon to you. Welcome to the edition of Souk Business Landscape, where we break down the headlines, dissect the numbers, and decode the business behind the news. I'm Wole Soyinka, and what do you want to do? So, apologies. We'll go on a short break, and we'll be back, and we'll continue.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marseille Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Once again, welcome to Souk Business Landscape. Apologies for the earlier technical difficulties. Happens to the best of us. Right here on Souk Business Landscape, we're here again, and this is where we break down the headlines, we dissect the numbers, and we decode the business behind the news. I am Moyosore Adebi, and I'm not doing this alone. I'm joined by veteran journalist and a person I like to call a think tank in the policy and development space. But I'm going to take my journalist colleagues first. To my immediate left, we have Mr. Olumide Shokoya.
So glad to have you. I brought up that name, think tank. So
I can copy from the best. It's what it is.
So glad to be on Business Landscape.
All right, and we also have Mr. Priye Krumali.
Thank you so much, Moyo. It's always a delight to be here in your face.
All right, and the think tank himself, Dr. Idahosa Osamaze. Thank you for joining us.
Moyo, it's a pleasure being here. Money are changing hands.
Yeah.
It should go round. Stick with us. It will get to your turn.
That's for sure. First on our table, talking about money, over 457 million in unremitted funds has been put in the spotlight on 13 oil firms, prompting action from the House of Representatives. And they say, what does this mean for transparency and revenue accountability in our extractive sector? From there, we then shift to the telecom space, where a bold reform now allows operators to bill users directly for USSD services. Is this a win for fintech infrastructure or a sign of further fragmentation between banks and telcos? On the energy front, we also have oil marketers who are bypassing local refineries in search of cheaper fuel imports. With Dangote Refinery under scrutiny for unstable pricing, is this a race to the bottom or a necessary market correction? And finally, the UK is backing Nigeria's green industrial ambitions, investing in women-led enterprises and clean manufacturing. But can this green wave sustain real impact beyond the boardrooms of Lagos? We'll talk about all of this. We'll dissect this and analyze for your listening pleasure, and so that you can be equipped on what's truly shaping the business landscape in Nigeria, Africa, and the world at large. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that
that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
All right, welcome back to Souk Business Landscape. First on the table this afternoon, $457 million unremitted funds. The reps tackled 13 oil firms and recover only 86 million naira. The House of Representatives Public Accounts Committee on Wednesday warned 13 non-compliant oil companies to appear before it to answer questions in the ongoing probe of non-remittance of money due to the federal government or face sanctions. The companies allegedly owe the federal government about $456.95 million, which in Naira translates to 731.12 billion Naira. In unremitted revenues, in a statement issued by its spokesman, Mr. Akin Rotimi, the House noted that despite repeated invitations and public notices through national newspapers, and the companies failed to appear before the committee. He said the development prompted the committee to consider punitive actions in line with legislative and constitutional provisions, according to the statement. The companies include Cornell Productions Limited, Continental Oil and Gas, Energy Limited, Frontier OML Limited, and Millennium Oil and Gas Limited. And all these companies are owing varying amounts of money, which all comes together to make the over $400 million that is being owed to the federal government of Nigeria. I think, this is a funny story to me. So much money being owed, only about 86 million naira has been recouped so far. And it begs the question, are there no mechanisms, that exist to enforce revenue remittances from all these oil firms? I'll ask you, Doctor.
Well, I think there are various mechanisms to do this. You see, it is the way government is shrouded in secrecy that's actually the big problem here. Now, if you check, you find that these are not things that happened last year, not the year before, because to my knowledge, I think that PSC should be considering the 2021 financial year. So maybe looking into the book of 2022. So these are post-mortem examinations. And what you find is that if somebody did an ad, was in office like 3 years ago, is no longer there, somebody else is there. So you have to answer for it because they say public office is a continuum. And then you may not have so much information. And then going to the public space becomes really very difficult to do. I remember, because parent company consult for PSC in the House of Rep, in their inauguration in March 2023, we actually, 2024, we actually did a training session for PSC to address some of these issues. That a lot of MDs are afraid to appear before PSC. And people choke when they go there. And I was trying to make a case during my presentation that day that it is just enough to say, yes, we're doing somebody's job and putting people's life at stake. And now that's why they have made some rules now to go do your head check after the incidents of the custom officers that went to the committee to answer the question and then slum. And so these are things, people are afraid to go before the committee. But you see, these are for public good anyway. We are not supposed to be putting a posture that will scare people. Yes, okay. If you look at your narration, put invitation on newspaper. I don't think that's how it should work.
That was funny to me.
Yeah, so we don't need to I can't want to talk to Moyo here and I go and advertise it in the newspaper. Yeah. It means that something is wrong between us and that is not working.
True.
And I think that is what is basically missing in government operation in Africa and particularly in Nigeria, where there seems to not be synergy between the lawmakers and the executive. So they're always at loggerhead. Yeah. And of course, it comes to mean to us now as individuals that when lawmakers are not fighting executive, it means that they are bootlickers, they are not working, which is not supposed to be. Because in the idea of separation of power, it's supposed to actually be, they should be actually complementing each other.
For checks and balances.
To ensure that things are working well, and not necessarily to fight. So this is a challenge that we face. But I think that from the report that they have, maybe from the Auditor General's office, which is the auditor report for that year, would have showed that there are some issues that require queries. But again, it is for the Public Account Committee to be more civil in terms of approach to dealing with these issues, because people are running away. They said, if you are calling for the National Assembly, I made a joke to them that day because in 2019, we were having a conversation with Professor Pat Tommy, and he was saying that anybody who knows where the president is should go and beg him so that they can talk to a member of the National Assembly, because even private companies are afraid to appear before them because it's like extortion, the kind of a thing that it is. But I think it's just to look in between the book that the money will not actually be what is stolen.
Okay.
Yeah, because these are the issues that we have to deal with on a daily basis. And when they are not remitted, and of course we go and look at it because of the provisions of the Act, and where is it starting from? Because you see, there are fully funded company, and the remitter process is different from half-funded company, and of course that's different from those ones that are self-funded. So these particular people now are self-funded agents. And of course, if they are self-funded, you have to also look at the book very well so that we can clear. But I think the problem here is the fact that the executive is becoming to the legislation like cat and rat. And they are not likely to see a face to clear things out. And some of all these issues puts us in bad light most of the time.
Yeah, you mentioned that it's an invitation. And I just feel like legislative probes seem to lack enforcement bite. Like it's obviously like you can't compel these people to show up. And that's obviously an issue. How can we rectify this? Because $457 million is a lot of money to be due to any institution or any country. And, you can only recoup 86 million naira. That's almost, it's ridiculous to the ears. So what would you say could be a better approach in recouping this, Mr. Olumide?
All right. First of all, now we have over 700 and something billion naira unaccounted for. This is oil revenue leakages.
Yeah.
Now you are calling about 13 companies. But let's backtrack a bit. We have an accountant general. We have a Federal Ministry of Finance. We also have the NNPC. What happened? From 2016 to 2022, this was when this whole thing happened.
Yeah.
So what happened at that point? I remember His Highness Sanusi.
Hamidu.
Yeah, he said that there's no mechanism that is monitoring what revenue is coming into the NNPC from the Federal Ministry of Finance. He said it at a point. Until we get that right, until we actually know what is coming in. And when has the NNPC ever been audited? That's another thing. So I feel it's not just summoning these 13 companies. Summon these 3 places, institutions. Let them come and tell us what happened at that point. We also have the EFCC, the ICPC. When they're investigating what happened. This, it's a whole lot, just like Doc said, it's shrouded in a whole lot of secrets. And until we start, maybe the National Assembly mandates or pass a law that these things should be made public, I think also the Federal Ministry of Finance, the Auditor General, and the NNPC, they should have a synchronization. They should work together to monitor these things so that it doesn't get to, I mean, this is about over 8 years or thereabout and unaccounted for. So then again, how do we also stop this? Because it says here in the report that these companies are even avoiding probe, and doctor said now it has been mandated that after the custom case, you go for health check. I mean, I feel if you have nothing to hide,
you should show up.
You should show up.
Yeah.
It's not a matter of whether were you in bad health when
the money was getting missing.
Do you understand? Yeah. So it's a whole lot, and it's not just these oil companies. A whole lot of investigation needs to be thorough, and I feel it's not just about probing. I think we've had these panels and all that being set up, and we never see the end.
Yes.
There's no light at the end of the tunnel. So there needs to be clarification into this.
Yeah, Mr. Kumale, I want to get your thoughts on this, but I also want to know, obviously there's a lacking framework here when it comes to monitoring of all these funds. As he said, this money is not as if it just got missing yesterday. So obviously people know that this money has been missing for a long while. What do you think it would be the better approach? I want your thoughts on this, and what do you think would be the better approach? Do you think if we tell police to go and arrest these people and bring them in? Because obviously I'm not taking people, slumping during probes as an excuse for anything. But this has to be enforced. So what approach do you think works best for this?
Okay, first of all, I think in any sound democratic system, both the leader and the led must be accountable.
Yes.
And the law has been set in motion to make sure it holds both the leader and the led to be accountable. So in this case, the leader is not superior to the law that establishes that office.
Yeah.
The law is superior to both the leader and the led, and make sure that it plays a central position where both the leader and the led make sure that they obey the law. First of all, if we are to look at, I like what Doc said. One of the things I got from him is that it's a post-mortem. Yeah. So probably the person that committed the crime must have left that position and would have gone. However, it is a continuum. We remember in this country, Obasanjo was invited by the Oputa panel.
Yes.
So he came and he still gave account. So even in private entities, if you are occupying a position and you knew that, look, my predecessor has committed some foul play that needs to be brought to limelight, to the public domain, because if I do not do that, I'll be held accountable for it.
Yeah.
Then you need to bring it to light. So before your employment into that company, or whilst the company was employing you, they took you to the hospital to check your vitals, to make sure that you are healthy and fit for the pressure of that position. That position is will impose on you, and you are considered fitted. Fine, you've worked for a while. So the thing is that the National Assembly, the House of Representatives, including the Senate, has a responsibility. In fact, the responsibility extends even beyond private entities, even to the executive arm of government, to invite any minister or to invite even the president himself to appear. No, I will not use the word summon. I will use the word invite, to appear and to give detailed account of how you've been running a specific sector. If the House finds that there needs to be some form of report that you need to give, they have that responsibility. So I believe the National Assembly or the House of Representatives that gave that invitation, or the respective committee that gave that invitation, is in the right standing to do that.
Yeah.
And the companies have not been showing up. So now what they are telling the companies that we are going to carry out an impunitive measure. If you refuse our invitation again, they have the right to tell the Inspector General of Police to carry out an arrest warrant on you to bring you to justice. And they are in the right position to do that. So you should not use medical grounds to run away from that. And when you appear, give it. If you know that you did not steal the money or it did not go missing under your nose, then say it. Before I took office, this was the account statement.
This is what happened.
I came in XY dates, and this has transpired. So from previous reports, there had not been indication of how these monies were disbursed or how they were spent, in order for you to exempt and absolve yourself from any form of, suspicion.
Yeah.
Because if you do not do that, but through this means, we can get back our funds. For those who have gone, who they felt they've passed the baton of the saddle, and they now left the seat where they think they can still account for it. The government can summon them. They can be invited by the police. And if they don't want to do it at public, for which doctors said, they can be extended an invitation privately by the police. But please show up. If you do not show up, we make it public.
We'll come and bring you. No, we won't come and carry you.
The mandamus will get a warrant from the court, get the police involved to come and get you. I'm sorry.
I agree with you, Mr. Krumada, because there must be consequences.
Look at how much we are losing from 731 billion naira.
It sets a precedent. If we let things like this slide, other people will do it.
You see, the point I'm making is it may not even be any missing money.
If the money is not missing,
it will not be published in national papers.
You see, this is a point that we must need necessarily to speak up for.
Yeah.
Because it's important. I'm telling you, if somebody of a patotomy status could say that, you see, because they say if you are going to come, it must be the MD who comes, who has the power to sign off things.
Yeah.
If it's the paper we are looking at, it's easier for anybody to come. But a lot of these people who are working in the MDAs, they understand these people better. Because we meet in forums where we all sit down around tables to have conversation on national issues. You see, it's like some people will argue that when you see, for example, custom come to show you that we impounded some vehicles.
Yeah.
You just know that it shows that they are doing some excellent work. But if you look closely, you discover that the people were intransigent, so to speak.
What does that mean? yeah, I'm not going to pretend like that.
They were hesitant
to
obey the rules that works in that angle, and therefore they fall a victim. See, these are the issues that befall us, and these are the things that are actually painting us in the public space in bad light. So people are looking for opportunities of exploitation. And I think that's the point he was actually making. I said, look, they're even moving beyond public operation now, and they are moving into private components in the name of oversight.
When you say in the name of oversight, are we talking about the legislature?
Yes, that's what I mean.
Okay.
But doctor, when these private companies get contracts from the government, Mark Zuckerberg was interrogated by the United States Senate.
But that is the interrogation is not a problem. Anybody can go for interrogation.
No,
if it is the interrogation, to say, this is what your company has done.
Yes.
And you didn't do it well.
Yeah.
Now you are falling foul. Then you have to
it's the same thing.
Make payment for whatever thing you do. It will be just nice. You just imagine that, for example, somebody flag you up. I remember some years ago, like my friend told me, I said, okay, people say, flag you off. I said, okay, what do you have for the boss? I said, I don't have anything. I said, open your boot. They must find something wrong. Deliberately. So that exploitation, that public exploitation. Because the point I'm making is, I'm not holding brave for the oil companies, but the fact is that these issues
run deeper.
Run far deeper than we are seeing in the public space. So you see, you create an impression on these people, and so you get like public judgment in the court of public opinion. I say, these people are horrible. But paying attention to it, really, because recently we did a training between them and the Auditor General of the Federation and all audit heads in the MDAs to be able to understand what is the process. In short, the last training we did was to even be educating MDA on how to appear before
Senate committee or House of Reps committee. Oh yes, no. But I understand what you're saying, and I get you. But I'm saying, is there any excuse that I'm not. The House of Reps was invite but you see, you and you don't show up. Yes. There's no excuse for that.
Yeah, but see, these are queries.
Queries must be answered.
Yes, these are queries. No, in audit they call it queries. So which means if this agency submits a report to the Auditor General's office, they will look at all their reports and then they will put question mark in some of the areas, which actually could be posting error, for example.
Yeah.
That's the point I'm making. It could just be posting error.
Since 2016 now.
Yeah, that is why I'm saying that their work is post-mortem. Because it's not something that you say, I'm telling you now, if I think they should just be considering, I'm not sure that even the 2022 audit is ready because I'm not sure that the CBN is able to even generate enough reports for 2022 for them to be able to look at the report and consider it. Now we're in 2025. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that this could just be common posting error.
Fair enough.
So it's not as if that the money is missing anywhere.
We're going to have to move to the next topic in a bit.
All right.
But what I know you guys, you want to say something. Okay, 1 minute.
Okay, so I'm actually going out of this domain. Ministries, departments, agencies, and parastatals that are owing NEPA bill running to billions of Naira.
Yes.
The House Committee should invite them. Say, look, in XY number, in 2018, in 2020, 2021, the budget you presented to us, one of the overhead for power and expense, it was voted there. Look at it, it was there. Fine. If it was not disbursed to them, great. But if it was disbursed and you are still owing NEPA, some of them are owing NEPA 4 billion. Some of them are owing NEPA running to billions of Naira. And they'll come and present 2025 budget. They are bringing 2026 budget. They are going to bring it. That amount will be there. And it kept accumulating. And the power holding companies and the GenCos will be like, oh, we don't have funds to buy this, to fix that, to do or to put in place all the required infrastructure for us to provide power. And these people, the House Committee that has oversight function needs to invite them so they can give proper details of how this money was spent, if it was disbursed.
Even that the people, whoever is approving this budget, the budget has to be held accountable as well.
But that is the point I was trying to make. You see, because they are lawmakers. They also need experts to even consider this report. You see, because when due diligence is done, it is easier. And this is a big problem, especially in corruption fighting in Nigeria. That's why you just mentioned. You see, we have had several committee report, and they really not see the light of the day.
True.
Because like the way my village people say police chase armed robber, is that when they say armed robber is in the next street, then they will be hooting on from here, so that before they get there, the people can run away. So that is kind of a thing that we're seeing here.
Okay.
So if we are really serious to say, okay, we want to recover some things for the country, we should be able to do due diligence, to be able to isolate some of all these things. Because by the time these guys come to the National Assembly, for example, and they show their papers, you understand it? And then they say the papers are okay. Then for us who are in the society, we think that thing has been swept under the carpet. But without necessarily realizing that it could have been a false alarm.
In the first instance.
In the first instance. Okay. So that is the point that I'm trying to make. You see, because at the end of the day, if there's this issue about posting, maybe you should get the head of audit, or the head of the audit, or the head of accounts in that particular agency to appear, to explain the postings.
Good.
But you don't insist that the MD must be the one to come. If the MD cannot come, then nobody must come. So these are the issues that we need to clear.
Because of time, Olumide.
I think this all boils down to transparency, all in all. So now, what I would suggest is maybe we should even have private independent audit firms do this auditing of all oil companies in Nigeria. And let them publish They are findings.
Appointed by the government.
Not under the influence of the government.
So under whose influence then?
Private, independent.
They are
Who's going to
appointed
pay for them?
to be directed.
They will pay the
Because
price.
you
They
are saying that it could be just post error.
Yeah, of course, that's what I'm saying. Even for, you see, public accounting is a very delicate issue. I give you one example, which of course one of the staff of the Office of the Attorney General said. Just common error, say, okay, somebody died. And the agency has a policy that if somebody dies, they have to attend to that person's burial. Now, when you are posting it, if you write it burial, it will be not posted. So if agencies doing this, it should have been welfare, not burial. But they say consistently, they see people write it and say, we went for burial. So if you say burial, it's like you are paying pension. That's what it means.
Okay.
So you see, so these are the kind of intricacies that are involved, that they are not as plain as we see it. But when they raise this public alarm, you know that, like they say, when you see rabbit or rat running in the afternoon, you know, see that is chasing something. Something is chasing it.
All right, thank you, Doctor. One thing is for sure, we do need a more robust fiscal monitoring framework because it's still very much lacking. There's so much more to come on the show. We're going to go into telecom reforms when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is still SOUQ Business Landscape.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. Always see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazaar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Idumota Market. Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Alrighty, welcome to Souk Business Landscape. I'm still Moyo Adebi, and I still have the gentleman in the studio with me. As I said before the break, we are going to talk telecom reforms. All right, Nigeria has approved direct billing for telecom USSD services. Telecommunications operators in Nigeria can now collect unstructured supplementary service data charges directly from subscribers' airtime, following a new billing model approved by the Nigerian Communications Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria. The end-user billing framework removes banks from the payment process, addressing long-standing disputes over unremitted service fees exceeding 200 billion naira under the new model. Exceeding 2 billion naira, beg your pardon. Now, under the new model, subscribers will approve charges of 6 naira 98 kobo per session, with deductions made only after consent. Industry leaders say the reform will boost transparency, ensure prompt payment to telecom operators, and strengthen digital financial services, especially for users in underserved communities. All right, gentlemen. Obviously, we know that for years now, banks and telecoms, they've been fighting. You're owing me money, you're not reducing. Do we think that this really helps? Because a lot of people are bothered that the people, which is us, the subscriber, might get overcharged for some of these services. Olumide, what are your thoughts?
Well, first of all, let's look at the big picture here. Over 250 billion naira is in dispute between banks and telecoms. So you can imagine what these telecoms have been going through, trying to get back this money. And I think for them, this might be some sort of respite. But if you look at the end users, the low income users, now, according to the report, you must have, I think, a minimum of 6 naira 98 kobo. Now, for the low income users who normally depend on 0 naira to check their bank account, or to check their data balance and all that, this would not be possible. But I also feel that it will eliminate situations whereby, I'm sure you must have had situations whereby you've paid for credit via your bank and you didn't get the worth of that credit or data.
You were debited.
And you have to go through the hassles of going to the bank, sending them mails, and they'll tell you it takes 3 business days, 4 business days for just 500 naira credit or data. So I think it eliminates that. So, however, in the big picture, I think this is a move for fintechs now, whether they can come up with some sort of mechanism or some sort of technology, partner with these telecoms and see what can be done.
All right. Doctor, do you think this solves the dispute issue? Because some people say that the banks
I think it will eventually put paid to the conversation. Earlier in the year, you remember, when, of course, telcos were pushing for the increment for cost of data and airtime. And, of course, there was a whole lot of resistance, even from the Association of operators who feel that there was no need. And one of the issues that was referred to, because they said they had money to impute into the system, and they said, you have more money with the bank, go and pull that money out. And the banks are not willing to allow that money to go. And it's not as if banks actually is donating that money to them. This is actually legitimately earned money. Because sometimes you see 3, 4, 5 text messages from bank and they are charging you and debiting you for every transaction you have done. And that money is in the bank and the bank don't want to pay them. And of course, you know that it was the, what do they call them? The offices, if you in this building, the Intel Exchange, where of course this settlement ought to have been done. But unfortunately, the bank had consistently defaulted. And I think this brings reprieve to the telcos owner. That, of course, now we don't need to even go to the bank to go and draw debt. And so you don't need to employ an agent to help you follow up on your debt. As long as anybody is doing a USSD service, you get the alert. You see, and I think it's not just bank alone. All your USSD operation. Take, for example, I filed my application to an to a bank, to an embassy recently, and they said, oh, if you want to send you SMS, we're charging for 29,000 for SMS. And that's how many SMS I received, just 2 or 3 SMS. So you have made so much money. So why not refund the 6 Naira or 6 kobo that belong to the telco owners rather than holding it? So I think that they need to do work on that so that they themselves have to, so if it is the telco that will be paying then the commission to the banks, so that of course there'll be some win-win because they are creating businesses for the telco. It makes a lot of sense, but having to deduct it from the customer's account makes a lot of sense. And then of course I think some customers also will be saved from deductions that are really not earned.
Mr. Kromale, do you think that this sort of puts a wedge within the relationship that could have existed or that exists within the banking industry and the telco industry?
Okay, I think first of all, that relationship, of course, does hit a brick wall. However, both parties are very intelligent people. If you could look at it very, very well, you could see that the relationship between the telco and the banks are still intact. This,
even though there's a 200 billion.
Yes, this end user billing model is operational, and of course, this the USSD also that you can use to get information from the banks is still operational. So both methods are still operating side by side. However, this alternative that look, the telecommunications, whose battle is being fought by the Association of Licensed Telecommunication Operators of Nigeria, is now, they will now be billing the end users directly. That means you are paying via your airtime, not through money. So that means no bank can tell you that for these services and for these other services, this is what you are removing from your account. Because if that is going to still go on, it means that the prices are going to reduce because the telcos will be getting their own separately, and if the banks are going to do that, are still going to get theirs separately, but it's going to reduce to an extent. But what I think the Nigerian Communications Commission and the Central Bank of Nigeria are coming out to say, oh, we have put this dispute to rest, is not true. I can only accept that as true if the 2 billion naira, 250 billion that is owing, that the banks are owing the telcos, how are they solving that matter?
Because there's no information.
Yes, you are owing me. So if you are owing me, how do you pay this? Are you saying that we are not going to get this money at all? The banks are just going to go away
that's a big
with it, because that would be daylight robbery. So if the central bank, because there is a specific story where they said the central bank suspended the dividends, the banks to take dividends that they earn because they needed more money to be in circulation or to strengthen maybe the capital.
No,
I'm coming. I'm just referencing that.
Just to put it straight, the dividend story is many banks are having some debts
to pay.
They are owing debt,
Yes.
but they are paying now dividend to
Yes,
share
that's
with
what
us.
it's
So
called.
bank is saying, XYZ, as long as you still have this volume of debt, don't pay dividend to your stakeholders, because it will not be morally justifiable that you are paying out dividend and earning so much, and then you are owing somebody so much and you are not paying.
Yes, so I think if they can do that, if the CBN can do that, in this case, the CBN in collaboration with the NCC can say, banks, okay, you may not be able to pay the 250 billion naira at once, but at least
there should be a structured timeline
of paying back, because if not, you have robbed these people of their of the money that they earned legitimately.
Yeah, but the thing you also should put into that conversation is that what is that there's a lacuna. The lacuna is that they are not always paying, because there was a guy who came on studio once and he said, well, banks are making an arrangement to pay. So, but I think it's going forward that this is about, not actually the past. The past is going to be paid.
It's being paid.
They're not saying we are not owing. They are not saying we are not owing. Okay. So, but going forward, so that we don't accumulate this again.
Yeah, okay. So I think
that's why this is important, because we're looking at it that if you still use the same old system, like Albert Einstein said, it's only madness that would make a man to be doing the same thing and expect a different outcome.
So I want to point something very, very critical. If you look at it very, very well, some of these telecommunication big operators, that is why they are jumping into banking and fintech, because the banks, and most especially the conventional banks, cheated them, or they felt cheated by the way the conventional banks have handled this contract. We all know a few of them that are in the fintech space, and they are not only operational in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Ghana, they operate very well. So that is why they are going there, and it will be bad for the banks. Because if these guys completely take over that space, or even if they start operating about 45% or 50% in that specific state, let's say most 50 years to come, they would have taken over that space. The banks would beg to survive in that space.
I agree with you, but I think that we need a lot of integrity in doing business in our environment. That's quite very important. But you see, like they say, since hunters have started to shoot and they are not missing, birds are flying now and they are not perching. So this is what we are seeing happening in the environment.
That's an analogy there.
That's it. In hip hop, that's the power.
Hunters are shooting and not missing. So the birds are wiser and they don't
perch. See, of course, even electricity now, they have their own microfinance bank. Oh, yes. So if you want to buy credit now, you buy on their mind.
Not through the banks.
Anymore. They have their own micro. Now, bank is struggling to be in that system because integrity was missing. And we need to be able to infuse integrity into our system, because everybody must find a way to get out of trouble, because you can't continue to constitute problems for people and you think that they are going to remain in that space for a very long time.
All right, just to close and to let everybody understand, the 6.98 Naira fee per session, do you think that's justified?
Well, okay.
No, let's hear it.
Well. That's another debate, because before now, that's one of the that's one of the benefits we enjoy via doing transactions via banks. You can do some certain transaction with 0 naira.
Yeah.
Do you understand? But with this is also to how will I put it? To guarantee their money back. Talking about the telecoms, that okay, if for you to process this transaction, you must have certain amount, 6 naira, and 6 naira I think is quite fair, for you. But it now boils down on how many people actually buy airtime.
Anymore. It's rare to see me do that, but apparently if we have to, we're going to now, apparently.
And I was even telling Pre the other time that I hope we will not move into the era of buying recharge cards now.
I don't need those papers.
It constitutes nuisance.
I really don't need those little papers.
So if you look at it, okay.
But, you know, because of time, we're going to have to wrap this up real quickly, but 30 seconds. Because
okay, yeah, so if you see operating side by side, so even if you don't have that 6 Naira, the mobile apps are not shutting down. So there are sometimes you do not have credit on your phone, but you have
data.
Yes, so you can use the mobile apps, and also internet banking is something that is still operational, because the Association of Licensed Telecommunication Operators are telling you that, look, these services are not bad. You can still use them with your banks, and of course, apart from that, your ATMs and all that are still in operation.
Thank you so much for the clarity on that. We'll move to the energy industry, energy importation news when we come back. It's still Souk Business Landscape. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of 3 men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodu Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the 3 sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue, called the 3 Wise Men, by many has become a major signature for the state. 3 white-capped chiefs, clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists, are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The 3 Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodu Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The 3 Wise Men, Arometa, Souk Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
All right, welcome back to Souk Business Landscape. I'm still Moyo Soria Debi. The gentlemen are still in the studios with me. Before the break, we mentioned that we're going to talk about news in the energy sector. Yes, so we get right into it. Energy importation. All marketers are consulting foreign traders for cheaper fuel imports, and all marketers in Nigeria are also negotiating with international traders to import cheaper premium motor spirit to stabilize prices and sustain operations. They argue that domestic refiners, including Dangote Petroleum Refinery, offer unstable and high prices, causing many causing many filling stations to shut down due to capital shortages. The Petroleum Products Retail Outlet Owners Association of Nigeria revealed ongoing talks to secure imports priced as low as 550 naira per litre, payable in local currency. Marketers believe that this strategy could counter Dangote's growing market influence, create competition, and offer more affordable fuel to Nigerian consumers. Now, there's a lot of debate. There's a lot.
So
I think
nice.
we should let you start. There's a lot of debate. Are they onto something, or is this just them trying to turn their back on patronizing Dangote?
Where we were on break, we said it. 40,000 trucks. That means it can access every nook and every cranny in this country to take its product to and deliver it. And that would mean its network and its logistic chain is dependable. So it's going to reach everywhere. Number one, because remember, currently it's selling at 825 naira, and not too long it brought it down to that price. Its prices that sometimes it goes up, and even it goes up, the margin is very small. When it's coming down, the margin somehow is small, but most times you see him coming down, margin by margin, and it is strategic because he's looking at other marketers and he's putting them out of market. Whenever he does that, you see the gang up against, let me say, the private himself, because they say the war, no, let me not call it war. Is it a trade war, will I call it, or what? Is against modular local refiners, including Dangote. Yeah. So we all know who the target is. Marketers are saying like they are looking for a dependable source where they can buy or access this crude for 550 naira. Please, who stands to gain? The Nigerian people, right? Yes. As long as the Nigerians are going to be the one to gain, please let the war continue. I am sorry. Let the war continue. Probably that's where we will get to the place where we start seeing they can start accessing or selling for 350 naira or so. So Gari will reduce. Rice will come down. Every other thing that depends on logistics to move around this country will reduce. Maybe if when they finally do that 550, Dangote sees it, they'll be like, oh, okay, let me bring mine to 400 naira. Great. Let the war continue as long as Nigerians will be the ones to benefit.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Kromale. Doc, what do you think the government's position should be on this, or should they just let the forces of demand and supply take its course?
Well, Mr. President must be in his bedroom having a cool cup of coffee and smiling and saying, yes, this is what we promised Nigeria. Yeah, of course, competition, of course, eventually. I think that's the best thing to happen in the market, and nobody is arguing anything outside of that. That, in short, the last quarter report was so stunning that the third most imported item in Nigeria today is crude.
Yes.
The third most
imported item to Nigeria today, crude. So, which means we are not now just by selling crude, we are also bringing crude, which means, of course, the local refiners are also sourcing crude, and they said about 30% of it is coming from the United States of America. So we're also buying crude. So that tells some good story that's happening in that rail sector. And I am happy that this is happening. And this is what NNPC has covered for too long. Because this blackmail had been on for a very long time, which led to what they called the pricing template. And if you remember, they call it pricing template. I think it was during Jonathan regime. 1 liter of petrol is 6 naira. It doesn't matter where you are carrying it to, whether you are driving it from Apapa here to Ijora, 1 liter of that petrol is 6 naira. And this is what these people have been enjoying for a very long time. And who paid this 6 naira?
The government.
The government is paying on our behalf. And so when you lift 2 trucks, you can say it's 12 trucks. And these people have been making money from the system. And so they really didn't want this liberalization to eventually happen, but it has happened. It's good that the elephants are not fighting inside the grassland.
Oh, yes.
So the grass are growing greener.
Much better.
Better, of course, and I think that's a plus for all of us.
That's a better
yes,
option
of
for
course,
us.
who are using, and I think that is what the president meant when he said we should just allow the forces of demand and supply to regulate the market.
Yeah.
So if you want to import fuel, no problem. You have a license, go and import. If you want to brew at home, brew it, no problem. There is no problem. So the market is free. Let people participate. And let, of course, that be endless competition. If these companies are not happy, it means that there is no competition. So let this competition be more stiff so that, like Krumah said, the prices can go further down. And then people can enjoy. And of course, Dangote is prepared for the war. In my village, they said that a man who is prepared to steal must also be prepared to learn the art of denial. So you find a way to learn.
So I love it.
So he has already worked out his statistics. By July 1, according to the information, their truck will be delivering to petrol stations who want to buy, and then reducing costs further downward, and Nigeria will be better for it.
Nigeria will be better for it. Mr. Olumide, obviously, when the marketers say things like this, it's almost like there's a lack of confidence in our refining capacity, e.g. Dangote Refinery and whoever else they were talking about, where they made that submission. What do you think this means for the independence of Nigeria's energy sector as a whole?
Well, my own concern right now is, one, lower fuel prices and competitiveness. But if you look at what these oil marketers are trying to do, you say you want to source for this thing outside. Are we even looking at the FX market? Because, of course, for you importing fuel, it requires USSD.
I don't know, but I believe that they made mention that they would source it using local currency.
Local currency?
Yes, I believe they made
all
mention
right,
of that.
that's good.
Yeah.
But if they are...
It is their problem.
It's not ours, is it?
It's not Nigeria's problem.
Okay.
If they like, they want to buy with dollar. If they want to buy with Naira, it's their problem.
Okay.
The beautiful thing is that as of today, government is not subsidizing dollar for anybody.
Okay, good.
There's a market force that's running on dollar.
Yes.
So you can go and look for your dollar. This is what government is selling. It's capped today at 1,445. So if that's what CBN is selling, and that's what banks are mandated to sell, and then, of course, we are having a window of like 20, then, of course, that stability is there. So whatever thing they want to buy, I don't think is a minus for anybody. Our markets are open, so as we can sell to others, they can also sell to us, as long as it's cheaper for Nigerians to use. So it should not really form a big problem, because even Dangote himself also have alternative. And that was why recently he said that Nigeria is selling petrol cheapest. In the neighboring country, there are people who are still buying petrol at further. So the market is bigger now. Like they say, the sky is so wide that a bird can fly without really crashing with each other. So let everybody play. If they are bringing in from abroad, good. If they want to source locally, it's good. But let Nigeria feel the impact of this competition.
So I think competitiveness for me is what I am all about. If it's going to crash petrol, I'm looking at buying fuel for 200 naira.
Yeah.
They are saying 500. I'm looking at 200 naira.
I'm looking at 150.
If they want to, if truly they want to crash this market, let them go
so
ahead.
obviously this is a situation of let the best man win, is it?
Exactly.
But
because what it means is that by the time the Dangote Refinery is distributing its fuel, they are not going to be relying on the energy template that has been designed, that have been empowering some people. So that's why they are talking about saving some costs.
Okay, but what about the issue where if you are still enjoying, local refiners are enjoying the Naira for crude deal that may come with one or two conditions about your obligation for the quota that you are supposed to supply locally and not to take it outside the shores of Nigeria to sell at exorbitant prices for big gain. What about that obligation? It's down the...
I think those restrictions should completely be removed. Let people do business.
But you are getting the oil for Naira. You're getting it for Naira. So you
Yeah,
save
but
you the
whether
stress of getting dollars.
whether it's Naira, but at official rate.
But you don't have to go source for Forex.
Yeah, but at official rate. So if you are going to get a dollar, you are going to pay the equivalent. So that's really not the major issue. But the point is that just allow competition.
Yeah.
It drives excellence. So some people are not lying down in one corner of the country and just taking in free money. And this has happened in the oil industry for so long. And this is the issue. And this is why a lot of people are talking about the courageousness of Mr. President for taking that bold step and said, from today, FS must float. From today, no more subsidy. If that is all he had done, and I think he has succeeded to a very large extent, because you find that there were a lot of people who were making money without working.
All right. Finally, Mr. Krumali, before we move to the second, to the final topic of the day, do you think, and I know we're all talking about the forces of demand and supply playing its course, but do you think that the government could put a cap on refinery prices?
That put a cap on refinery prices.
So it can favor us, the consumers.
Okay. That's exactly what I was saying. That look, not just putting a cap on refinery price, but the thing is, if that deal is still ongoing, Naira for crude swap, and we are saving you, the marketer, the stress to go get Forex, please, the conditions should come in whereby if you are getting 350,000 barrels from us, then at least 250 or 300 should be distributed locally, and it should not go to other African countries where you can sell it for and get 500% gain. I think that is the condition that government can give those refineries that are getting it locally, so that our people are still favored.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Krumali. Of course, this is a conversation that touches everybody. It's something that everybody really wants to know. So if you're watching right now, please put your comments in the comment section, and you can also follow us on all social media platforms. That is SOUQ News TV, and tell us your thoughts on everything that we talk about here. We like to build a community. You can be a part of the SOUQ TV News family. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll take our last story. We'll go on a short break. We'll take our last story, and don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
All right, welcome to Souk Business Landscape. We are in the last lap for this afternoon. So to our last story in investment. The United Kingdom backs Nigeria's green industrial growth agenda. The British Deputy High Commissioner Johnny Baxter has reaffirmed the United Kingdom's commitment to supporting Nigeria's inclusive green growth, speaking at the WOMAN by Althea Forum in Lagos. Baxter highlighted strategic investments and partnerships aimed at empowering women-led businesses in manufacturing, agribusiness, and nutrition to drive sustainable industrial transformation. Althea Capital launches Nzinga, a platform to help small businesses scale sustainably, while Manufacturing Africa introduced its Green Business Building Accelerator to grow green manufacturing and create green jobs. Insights reveal that adopting renewable energy can reduce operational costs by up to 60%, making clean energy both a profitable and necessary solution for small and medium enterprises facing rising fuel and electricity costs. All right, so obviously the green and renewable energy sector is being empowered, especially for women-led SMEs. why do you think it's very important? I mean, based on the relationship Nigeria has with the UK, for them to support renewable energy in Nigeria, Mr. Shukra?
Well, one of the benefits, I think, would be, of course, sustainable economic growth.
Yes.
Of course, it encourages long-term development by reducing, dependence on fossil fuels and the rest of them. Also, job creation, of course. Green industries like solar, power, electric vehicles, which I think China is supposed to
build a plant.
Build a plant. That would also lead to job creation, of course, technology transfer. Of course, yes, UK support will bring cutting-edge technologies, of course, and expertise to Nigeria. So I think it's a win-win for Nigeria.
Mr. Kumale, do you think that monitoring all these supports should be something that's very paramount?
Well, I don't only think that we should monitor. There's this green thing, green that, green. They even mentioned green jobs.
Yeah.
Now, it's good.
From green tea.
So the thing is, look, it's good. Go ahead with all of it. But you know what? Maybe we should start talking about green single-digit loan for businesses.
But obviously, I think maybe the condition there should be that you transition into more
for local
businesses.
businesses. We should call them local green businesses that should be getting green loans for single digits for a very long time. They pay back. So, because if they do that, they'll be able to employ people who do not have jobs, and green, and they'll be manufacturing some of these things within the country that we don't need to source from abroad. So please, the green is just too much. And we know the reason why we're pushing this green. They just want to, like Doug would say, divert an attention away from where we're supposed to be putting more attention. Well, and that's our crude and our gas.
Okay, fair enough, Doc. I mean, I know you're a policy guru, so sustainability should be something that you care a lot about. So what are your thoughts on this, for the bigger picture of Nigerians?
Yeah, but I looked at it, and we've spoken so much about sustainability and what it means to different people. It could be different to different people. But when you look at what we're talking about today, in procurement terminology, they call it supplier development. You see, you're a manufacturer of a car. You understand it? And you have a supplier who supply you major parts to that car. And that supplier is relying on another supplier who supply major part for him to be able to supply what you are doing. But he doesn't have capacity. So you see that because that supplier, which is the third in line, is not having capacity enough to produce so that your first in line supplier can deliver what you want.
Yeah.
You have to invest in those at the last chain to build capacity for them so that they are able to empower your first line supplier to be able to deliver to you on time. Because if you say, oh, I named 20 of such items, and they said, oh, we are not able to deliver it, so your work suffers. So in order not to allow your work to suffer, you deliberately go to develop sub-suppliers at the back. They can help you in that chain. So it's easier for you to get whatever thing you want. And I think this is my way of understanding all the supports that come from Europe and the rest of it. At the end of the day, it still means more businesses for them.
Yes.
And they get more sustainable and poverty increase here. So we must find a way to deal with our issues so that we can develop the thing and the technology that we can adopt and apply. So we are not expending so much on this conversation because as it is today, it's still very, very expensive.
Yes.
True. Very expensive.
Yes.
We cannot afford it.
Yeah.
Yes. So we should be able to look out for things that we can afford that helps us rather than just gyrate over the support that
the greenery
peanut support that is pushing out from where our focus should be to things that may not actually
it should be a priority.
Yes, they are planting trees because they don't have. We still have a lot of green.
So what you're saying is that this is not particularly a priority for
I don't think it's our own. Is developing what we have so that we can maximize it for the good of all the people who live here and not make life more unbearable for our children. So this is where the emphasis should be. If God has given us some things in nature that we can use and find a better technology to refine it so that it can be for our use, it serves us better than importing the things that you don't have.
Fair enough. Mr. Kromale, obviously you agree with that.
Yes, I just agree.
Yeah, well, Mr. Shukoya?
I just wanted to also add in what Doctor is saying, this over-dependence on foreign support. We really need to put a pause on it. And just like he said, transitioning into green energy, it comes at a cost.
Yes, it
Our president is wise, 2050.
Thank you very much.
On that very resounding note, thank you so much for joining us today on Souk Business Landscape. We do this every weekday at 12:30 up until 2 p.m. I am Wole Soyinka. It has been a lovely show. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. To my immediate left.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on Souk Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya, media juggernaut on all social media platforms.
And of course, the doc himself.
Yours sincerely, Osama Zaid Ahosa is my name. I'm here as a guest. Hope to do it some other time that Kromale gave me opportunity.
All right, Mr. Kromale.
And I'm Oyinpriye Kromale. That's at Oyinpriye8 on Instagram and Oyinpriye5 on Twitter. And thanks for watching.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
He said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
From Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvests, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, was a Catholic school, and it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. I mean, we tried all sorts there, but it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there, and from there I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme, and I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wale Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents and we had so many tenants and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I had the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having a 3/1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have one or two issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33.3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities. Some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity. And some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that, who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6-8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, will expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you know, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from the Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me, this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the Upper Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. So they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they told them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, just get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection. And I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know? So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one. So it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linkers, the advertising agency used to be all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting. And with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children you will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy, whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids said, they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money, do your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gift? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like Ashok and Naira. I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, looked at me and like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes, actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will back me the top fashion designers that would, when the Alfadi does this, they want every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that long. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world, you understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. But let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you to earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter whose ask is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who would come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come out. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people. I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them, I train from a distance, and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
The much-anticipated Super Leader Conference kicked off with energy and enthusiasm in Lagos as the host, Apostle Success Haruna, delivered a transformative opening presentation. The conference, themed Leader Shift, brought together renowned speakers to redefine leadership and influence. The first speaker set the tone, emphasizing the essence of a super leader, one who communicates effectively, provides resources, recognizes both the strengths and weaknesses of others, and supports them rather than feeling insecure. He also highlighted team building as a critical component of leadership.
One of the factors is because our marriage is a beautiful marriage for 17 years. So we have been able to model what a good marriage is to the people. Speaking, I have up to 16 people, 14 to 16 people living in my house. It has been so from the day one of our marriage. They've never heard our voice. 17 years together as husband and wife. They've never seen us scream at each other. They've never seen us fight. They've never seen us argue, and they're hearing our voices outside. In 17 years of marriage, with the number, we have never had less than 10 people live with us from the day one of our marriage until this present moment. So what you model as a leader is easily communicated to your subject. That's where
the second speaker, Emeka Anslim, stressed that leadership is not about appointment or selection, but about direction. He illustrated this with an analogy.
You've created freedom to learn other things. See, like is going to learn again while others teach. Then when it comes back on top again. Right? Transfer yourself in people so they can take up tasks for you. When you raise leaders, you gain far more people than you can ever imagine in this world. Raise leaders, transfer your values, your nature, your culture into people. This is so important. This is so important. One of the ways by which we become an effective leader. Productive. Produce people after your kind. That's what God even commanded. Produce people after what? Produce after what?
According to him, effective leadership attracts followership by sustaining the interest of those who believe in and depend on a leader's vision. He emphasized vision, uniqueness, innovation, and creativity as core pillars of leadership. Adding a touch of humor and engagement, the third speaker, Ambassador Victor Walsh Oluwafemi, led participants in a brief exercise before moving into his presentation. He focused on leadership as influence, referencing key individuals who have impacted lives in diverse ways. He reminded participants that learning and education comes at a cost, making the convener's fee gesture invaluable.
And I grabbed that message that leadership is influence. Yeah. You can influence people either positively or negatively. And the question I ask people that what has been your influence? What have you been able to do in people's life? Are you able to influence them positively or negatively? Many of us do this a lot. The role of social media. That people as a leader, you need to be conscious of how you portray yourself on social media, right? That's why I went with that handsome man, uncomfortable. Again, you know, social media has revolutionized leadership influence. However, it must be managed wisely. So we see some crazy set of very young boys, sorry for my language, and some will just come and say, I'm a coach.
Of influence. He also advised leaders to be strategic, particularly in the use of social media, emphasizing the importance of knowing when to...
The conference was amazing. Leadership was the real deal. You know, it was content rich. All the speakers were very impactful. The points were, you know, very, very valid and practicable. So it was a very big one for me. I'm so grateful that I'm here today. You know, this is the best use of my time today.
Let's realize that to be a leader, a true leader, you have to show your followers what you want them to do. You share your vision with them and also do the work. Let them see what you're doing. They'll be able to replicate.
Basically, is for me, is emotional intelligence in influence, in influencing people. So it's so profound for me, and I'm taking that back into my space.
The third speaker, he got to identify some types of leaders, and one of them was a transformational leader. That was really awesome. Like, I'd like to be a transformational leader, one that leads and then leave a mark when I'm gone. Yes.
And reassess. The conference wrapped up.
We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas, and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching you live here in Lagos. I am Omobola Sandra. First, the headlines. Tinubu inaugurates peace committee after Benue massacre kills over 100. Federal government approves over 3 trillion naira for Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Nigeria-China partner to launch direct-to-device satellite internet. China approves rare earth export licenses amid global tech tensions. Now the news in details. President Bola Tinubu has inaugurated a high-level peace committee to restore calm in Benue State, following last week's deadly attack in Yelewata Guma local government area. Over 100 people were killed in the late-night assault by suspected armed herders in one of the deadliest raids the state has witnessed in years. Members of the committee include traditional rulers, former governors of Benue, and key federal officials. The president, during a town hall in Makurdi, tasked the group with designing a framework for lasting peace and called for collaboration between Benue and neighboring state, Nasarawa State. The president also directed the police and military to urgently arrest the perpetrators, expressing concern that no suspects had been apprehended days after the attack. He further urged intelligence agencies to strengthen surveillance and information gathering. Governor Hyacinth Aliyah appealed for a special intervention fund to rebuild affected communities, while traditional rulers accused political actors of exploiting the crisis. They described the attacks as a systematic land-grabbing campaign, not mere communal clashes. Condemning the violence, the Northern Elders Forum called it genocide and accused the government of complicity and neglect. Religious groups and civil society also demanded urgent action to prevent further bloodshed. The federal government has awarded contracts worth over 3 trillion naira for key sections of the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, covering Lagos, Akwa Ibom, and Cross River states. According to Works Minister David Umahi, Section 1 of the project, which begins in Lagos, was awarded for 1.068 trillion naira, with 30% of the contract sum already disbursed. Section 2, which includes swamp crossings and links to the Dangote refinery, was awarded at 1.6 trillion naira. Sections 3A and B, covering Akwa Ibom and Cross River, cost 1.33 trillion naira combined. The highway is part of the government's strategic plan to boost coastal connectivity, trade, and logistics. Umahi emphasized that the investments meet national, not regional, priorities. Also, Works Minister David Umahi says northern Nigeria is also seeking massive infrastructure investment. In Kebbi State, a single-lane 258-kilometer road project was awarded at 958 billion naira, with procurement for a second lane pending Federal Executive Council approval. Together, both lanes could cost close to 2 trillion naira. In Sokoto, a 120-kilometer stretch has already been procured for 454 billion naira. Once the second lane is approved, the Sokoto-Kebbi corridor is projected to mark the scale of investments in the south. All projects are being constructed with the same concrete pavement standards used on the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. And now moving on. The chairman of the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC Governing Board, Chiedu Ebie, has dismissed allegations that road projects in Calabar were not executed by the commission or followed due process. Speaking during the NDDC Act 25 celebration in Bayelsa State, Ebie said all projects, including those in Calabar South and Calabar Municipality, complied with procurement guidelines and were executed by NDDC-approved contractors. He described recent criticisms from the Cross River State representative on the board, Orok Duke, as misleading and politically driven. The controversy follows the disruption of the commissioning of the Indang and Yangshan roads, where billboards bearing the president's image were torn down and access to the venue was blocked. The agency condemned the disruption as a sign of disrespect to federal efforts and urged stakeholders to support infrastructure development across the Niger Delta. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, has unveiled new guidelines for monitoring crude oil and petroleum exports amid improving transparency and curbing losses in the sector. Under the framework, exporters must now obtain clearance and a unique identification number before any shipment, with all export documents referencing the assigned ID for traceability. The system will validate exporter identity and verify volumes before approving cargo. The Commission says the digital portal integrates with other government systems to enable real-time tracking and upload of export records within 24 hours. Exporters who fail to comply face fines and possible sanctions. NUPRC Chief Executive Benga Komolafe says the initiative supports accurate revenue generation and reflects a broader push to modernize Nigeria's oil and gas industry in line with the Petroleum Industry Act. Nigeria is set to boost its digital inclusion through a new satellite partnership with Chinese firm Galaxy Space. The National Space Research and Development Agency, NASRDA, has signed an MOU to deploy direct-to-device satellite connectivity across the country, particularly targeting underserved and rural areas. Galaxy Space, known for building low-cost, low-Earth orbit satellites, will help roll out a system that allows phones and laptops to connect directly to satellites without the need for cell towers. NASDA's Director General, Dr. Matthew Adepoju, says the rollout is expected before the end of 2025. He adds that the project will not only close network blind spots, but also promote local technology development. Nigerian engineers are expected to benefit from skills transfer and contribute to the design and operation of a proposed miniaturized satellite known as CubeSat. The deal positions Nigeria ahead of potential competitors like Starlink, which has yet to roll out similar devices in the country. Let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you more business stories from across Africa. Welcome back. Moving on, West African nations say planned U.S. travel bans could disrupt efforts to partner on energy and rare earth minerals. Nigeria's Foreign Minister Yusuf Tugar, who chairs ECOWAS Council of Foreign Ministers, warned that the visa restrictions risk becoming non-tariff barriers to vital economic deals. He emphasized that West Africa holds critical resources like samarium used in military technology and wants to work with the U.S. on energy trade. But expanding visa bans to more African countries, as the Trump administration has hinted, could derail those prospects. Tugar added that the region offers strategic alternatives to distant or politically tense energy suppliers, but questioned whether Washington is still a reliable partner. Ghana could lose more than $1.2 billion in export earnings to the United States over the next 5 years if current trade tariffs persist. This warning comes from Emerging Markets Advisory, EMA Limited, which cited a 10% tariff imposed on Ghanaian exports to the U.S. Although the U.S. accounts for only 2.4% of Ghana's export market, experts say the impact on emerging industries could be severe. EMA's senior partner, Dr. Abudu Abdul Ganiu, called for a new trade policy that enhances regional integration and strengthens Africa's internal markets. His colleague, Isaac Agiri Danso, warned that Ghanaian exporters targeting niche U.S. markets may face devastating losses, especially if they are forced to pass tariff costs to consumers. There's also concern that global trade shifts, especially from countries like China, could increase competition in Ghana's domestic market, threatening local manufacturers. Experts are urging Ghana to diversify export destinations and build stronger international partnerships to cushion the effect. Moving on now to Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They have initiated a draft peace agreement aimed at ending ongoing fighting in eastern Congo. The agreement, which covers territorial integrity, cessation of hostilities, and disarmament of armed groups, is expected to be signed officially on June 27. The deal also proposes a joint security mechanism, an idea previously discussed under Angola's mediation, which ended in March after failed attempts to stop the conflict. This new breakthrough follows fresh U.S.-led negotiations and may pave the way for greater stability in the resource-rich region. Fighting between M23 rebels and Congolese forces has intensified in recent months, with Congo accusing Rwanda of backing the rebels, an allegation Rwanda denies. And now, the European Parliament has approved a €4 billion financial aid package for Egypt, the second tranche under the European Union's macro-financial assistance program. Egypt's ambassador to the European Union, Ahmed Abu Zaid, says the decision follows 9 months of extensive talks and diplomacy, emphasizing Egypt's strategic role in regional peace and its ties with Europe. The package is expected to boost Egypt's economic resilience amid global uncertainty and support its development and reform efforts. A final vote by the European Council is expected in the coming days to begin the disbursement process. We'll take another short break. More global business and policy updates after this. Stay with us.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome back. It is still the world news on SOUQ News Television. Syria may soon conduct its first transaction with a U.S. bank in over a decade, according to Central Bank Governor Abdelkader Yousiri. He says that could happen within weeks, following a high-level virtual meeting between Syria and U.S. commercial banks. The move marks a major step in Syria's return to the global financial system after 14 years of conflict and sanctions. The talks were attended by major U.S. banks and officials, including Washington's Syria envoy. This follows the U.S. government's recent decision to lift sanctions imposed during the Bashar al-Assad era. Syria is now aiming to rebuild correspondent banking ties and eventually attract American banks to open representative offices in the country. Yousiri described the effort as key to reviving Syria's formal economy and enabling major financial transactions needed for reconstruction. China's Commerce Ministry says it has approved a number of rare earth export license applications, though it did not disclose how many were granted or if U.S. firms were among the recipients. A ministry spokesperson said China will continue tightening its approval process and remains open to dialogue with relevant countries on its export control measures. Rare earths are vital components in electronics, green energy tech, and defense systems. And now, South Korea's new president, Lee Jae-myung, has announced a $14.7 billion extra spending plan to revive the country's weakening economy. The supplementary budget, part of a larger 30.5 trillion won package, will fund consumer cash handouts, support for small businesses, and investments in AI and construction. Over 80% of its citizens are expected to receive direct payments as part of the recovery push. The Finance Ministry says the bulk of the spending will be funded through additional treasury bonds, raising South Korea's fiscal deficit to 4.2% of GDP. This is the second extra budget this year and comes just weeks after President Lee won a snap election. The proposal will be submitted to Parliament later this month. Moving on, Britain's central bank is expected to keep interest rates steady this week as it monitors signs of a slowing economy and inflation risks, especially those tied to rising oil prices, from the Israel-Iran conflict. Inflation eased slightly in May after an April spike, and wage growth is also cooling. Still, Bank of England officials remain cautious, especially with energy prices surging and global trade tensions mounting. Economists expect the current rate of 4.25% to hold, with a possible cut in August, but policymakers are treading carefully. A sharp rise in oil prices, up 8.5% in under a week, poses a major challenge, potentially worsening inflation while weighing on economic output. Analysts say the bank is unlikely to make firm promises about future cuts, preferring a gradual and data-driven approach as it assesses both domestic conditions and global risks. And that's a wrap on world news for today. For more updates, follow us across all platforms on social media at SOUQ News Television. I am Omobola Sandra. Thank you for watching and do have a wonderful day.
To you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dino Ben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she will go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She will learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learns a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwater Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15th July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, Famfa Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and The University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria. Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
Latif Jakande. Born Latif Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Latif Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Latif Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Hello and welcome to Souk Pulse. It's the Friday edition of your favorite program, and it's my delight to be on this side, knowing fully well that you, my guests, my viewers, you are there, and we are about to do justice to what we are about to talk about today. It's been a beautiful, fruitful 1 week, and we dwelt and talked about a whole lot of things happening in Asia, Africa, and a little about the West. And we've always followed this theme on productivity when it comes to Africa. Today, we will further that discussion. But as you know, it's Souk Pulse, and we're live on Souk News. And we will tell you we are all about positive, and very positive programming. So when it comes to talking about loans from any source, not just mentioning coming from outside your country, any source, as long as it's positive, getting those infrastructure built, making sure that at the end of the day, businesses are moving forward, then we are all for it. We say, talk. When it comes to your own government formulating policies that will make the common person have a better life, we say it's positive, and we also tell you, talk. But when reverse is the opposite, we also tell you the same thing. Hey, don't keep quiet. It's Souk Pulse, and we keep talking. We'll make sure that across borders, businesses are seeing the very essence for why they are created, not just to create jobs, but at the end of the day, move nations and economies forward. My name is John Rogers Chooks, and today on Souk Pulse, we are taking it a notch further, bringing it very closer home. When we return, we will introduce our guest who will be joining us via Zoom, and we'll get to introduce the topic that we are talking about today, something every one of us should get involved. Even if you're a white-collar person, or there is a particular lockup somewhere that you have to get into before you get to work, at the end of the day, there is things that we all need to contribute to what we are going to talk about today. So, hey, don't go anywhere. Souk Pulse will be right back.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Welcome back to Souk Pulse. Africa is blessed with vast, fertile land. From the north up there, down to the ocean down here. From the Sahara down this way to the other side of the Sahara this way. The population is also there. So now, population and land, fertile land. Why are we still looking for food from outside Africa? Why do we still see those headlines of Africa in their need of foreign aid? To be specific, food. Why are we still getting food from some war-torn countries outside Africa sending food to? For example, Nigeria is unacceptable. Today we are looking at cultivating Africa's fertile land. You heard me right. Those lands that were hitherto be cultivated before, or abandoned, or left, or have not been cultivated before, we are asking this question. Whose responsibility is it to go till those land and put food on the table? Is a man that has eaten that will get up and go and do some good work. That itself is work. So whose responsibility is it to cultivate Africa's land? Today we have a guest on the show, someone who plays in this particular sector, the agriculture sector. Someone, I won't say has done some good for himself, but there is a particular company this young man has built, and over time they have shown that they are able to get people working in this sector. My guest is no other but Bountiful Atako, who happens to be the managing director of Alana Group Limited. So it's my pleasure to welcome you to the show. Bountiful, good afternoon. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for having me on the show. It's a privilege to be here, on SOUQ News, SOUQ Pulse, to talk about agriculture.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm always glad when I see young people playing in this field. This is one particular sector. Over time, we've left it for parents, grandparents, and we think agriculture will thrive that way. So when I see young people in this particular sector, I say kudos. Thank you very much, Bountiful.
Yeah, thank you.
Now, I will start with our topic. So, Bountiful, who is responsible to cultivate Africa's vast fertile land? Whose responsibility is it?
Okay, so first of all, as a country, it's our responsibility because, we have a responsibility to feed ourselves. And that's why we at Alana Green Limited are, driven, to use technology as a tool in revolutionizing agriculture. So our focus at Alana Green is helping farmers to use fertilizer, small-scale mechanization to upskill their work And it's not been easy to have farmers adopt our practices, but it's been growth all the way. And, funny enough, the times are the only time there is now for agriculture. We can see the issues that we have with the foreign exchange. It becomes dire all the time. So we have a responsibility as a Nigerian people to go back to the lands. And going back to the lands, means a lot of things. It's not only about cultivating the fields. We need to see agriculture as a business and not just farming because we like to, basically. So we need to have an approach that looks at the entire value chain. What can we do to improve the food systems? Do we want to play in primary production, which is the open field cultivation, or greenhouses, what have you? Or do we want to play in the inputs value chain, fertilizer, seeds, and all of that? Do we want to be in logistics? What do we want to do as individuals? Do we want to be in digital technology to help? Are we innovators? Do we think we can develop products that will help our farmers and all of that? So it's a collective responsibility. And if we don't start to answer these questions,
Thank you very much, Atako. Thank you very much. I like that part where the first thing you mentioned is a collective responsibility, which means it's not just farmers. So whose name is farmer? So it's my responsibility, it's your responsibility, even though you're playing there. And it's the responsibility of everyone. That is always how we start our show, with the question from the topic. Now, do us this honors. Let's get to know and meet Alana Farms. Give us a brief of what does your venture do, Alana Farms, what do they do? Then we'll dive into our topic for today. Please, go ahead, please.
Okay, so Alana Green Limited is a farm service company that is focused on helping farmers use technology to grow their business sustainably. We do this through providing quality and affordable fertilizers to the farmers, small-scale mechanization services, as well as innovations that are globally proven and that can be scaled in Nigeria. So this is what our work has been focused on. We're a 2-year-old company. We have over 3,000 farmers who have adopted our practices. We're operational in about 7 states in the country. We, pretty much our work has, been impacting the lives of smallholder farmers. And at the time, our focus is building the largest small-scale mechanization network in Africa, because we're starting from home, so in Nigeria, and then upscale to Africa. We have found that the smallholder farmers do not use mechanization because it's very expensive for them, and a lot of them even do not want to go as far as asking for the prices of these things, because they just have the mindset that is so expensive. So we've been able to, through research and development, my team and I have been able to come up with a product called Money Day Farm. Now, Money Day Farm is a product that helps farmers do land preparation in a mechanized way, planting in a mechanized way, so that they can get the production right to have a significant increase in yield. Now, that yield will help them know how profitable farming can be, and they will start to adopt more technology or more use in technology. Pretty much, that's a brief background about our work at Alana Green, and we're happy to collaborate, in whatever regard.
That's good. That's good. Thank you very much. Now, whenever I get to meet a young person, or let me just use that word, handsome, beautiful person in this particular sector, I bring up this issue. We don't get to see a number of young people joining this sector or getting into this sector. Even for those that study something close to this, we have several universities of agriculture spread across several African countries. But if we equate those graduating from those places and those practicing, it's a far cry from what we see. Now I ask you my question. How can we make agriculture sexy? How can we make it appealing for people to come in?
Okay, so I think that is part of the focus of our work at Alana Green, because technology is something that young people are very interested in. Technology is, the new cool for young people. So we were part of, would I say, a block, or what's the word? Well, we're part of some companies who are trying to encourage young people to come into farming through the use of technology. So from digital technology to artificial intelligence to big data to machine learning, these are some of the work that we're collaborating with partners across the globe to foster in Nigeria. Young people don't want to get their hands dirty, but we're saying farming can be done other than the traditional methods that you're used to seeing in the rural areas and the likes. And something else, we're trying to have a mindset shift, right? We want people to know that farmers are decent people. It's actually a blue collar job, and it's amazing to be a farmer. It's a thing of pride. I met a young lady, and she was speaking to some function, and they were speaking to the Senate, the Senate chairperson for agriculture. And I asked her, I said, look, you're talking to that man, are you a farmer? And she asked me that, what is that? Is that a job? And I was very, very, very distraught. Like, you would think that someone says to you or asks you if you're a farmer because he's trying to insult you. That's very, degrading. And wherever I am, I'm proud to introduce myself as a farmer. Young people need to know that if you're looking to be a billionaire or a very wealthy person, agriculture is just the way to go. The president of the African Development Bank made a proclamation that by 2030, the size of our farming will be somewhere around 1 trillion. I think we're already there. $1 trillion, I think they were already there. I also think that more investments in farming guarantees, sustainable wealth.
Very much, Atako. With this presentation of yours, especially the last 4 sentences you made, please sign me on. After this show, we'll get to talk. Now, let's ask some direct questions. Looking at what is happening right now, from Somalia to Sudan to our neighbors, Niger, to Ghana, to Nigeria, then we'll go up north to Egypt. We'll see this particular trend of if rice is not coming to Africa, it is wheat that is coming to Africa. Sadly, corn, maize is coming to Nigeria. Now we ask this question, can Africa feed itself? If no, why? If yes, how?
Of course, Africa can feed itself. The first move to us as a people feeding ourselves is a shift from subsistence farming, to sustainable farming. And that can only happen through the use of technology. So I think that companies need to focus more in establishing processes that we use technology, because manpower cannot, manual labor cannot cover what technology can. Also, the precision, the human errors need to be reduced so that we can do the job. I'd also like to share with you that Africa is very well positioned to feed the world. It's going to take time, but we can start by, mechanizing all of the farms that we have. That way, we'll be able to optimize our yield potential. We'll also be able to, have processes that would not be corrupted through human mistakes. And then we can be well positioned to feed ourselves, export to the globe. And then we need to also take farming very much seriously. We need to talk about farming in our schools. We need to talk about farming as a noble profession. Families need to consciously build individuals who will take up agribusiness as a profession. That's my thought on that.
Thank you very much. You mentioned some serious points we need to consider. You said optimize youth potential. You thought then before that you talked about Africa being able to feed the world if we plug in and plug in right. Now there is this school of thought that rural-urban migration is one major cause of less people or less hands in the farm, where you have Musa, Chinedu, Bayo, everybody leaving their rural areas and heading to Lagos or Kano or heading to Owerri, where everybody is packed in a face me and face you apartment for 4, you have 100. Lagos alone has a population of over 15 million. Same with other major cities. Where are the lands to farm in those places? Do you think this school of thought have something to hold on to? Or is it possible that there is still a way where this major migration can also be utilized or profitable in one way or the other in getting the farms working?
So I think that, first of all, it's more of our enthusiasm towards the profession that's being a farmer than where we are. Take, for instance, Israel, has no arable land per se, but they grow gardens, they have farms, they grow their things on top of their roofs, right? That's the people who are serious about farming. And globally, they are literally like the first guys to go to when it comes to greenhouses and the likes. How about Netherlands, who's one of the world leading exporters of almost every agricultural produce? They have no land, of our size, so we can farm anywhere. Farming has passed the level of just land and all of that. We see what the likes of Samson Obole, the guy that they call the wizard farmer, is doing. Aeroponics is soilless farming. You get what I'm saying? Some people also do hydroponics, farming on water and all those things. So we need to have enthusiasm towards the profession. Start studying things that are related to farming. Start watching what the world is doing, global best practices. Excuse me. Excuse me. Global best practices. What the in thing is as per innovation, technological advancements, and the likes. This is the way that we can go into farming. Also, when nothing is happening in the rural communities, it's normal. People will migrate to where there's economic prosperity. So we need to build our rural economy. We need to build socioeconomic growth and development in the rural areas. That's the only way people will stay, and that's the only way people come into farming. I know a lot of communities where their youths are not interested in doing anything else but farm, because when they go to the farm, after they harvest, they're able to buy tricycles, keke napep, these local things we call keke napep, put them on the road and all those things. That make some small investments. So we need to think about how do we cause our rural economy to boom, and then more people will stay in the rural areas. People just want to be where there is economic prosperity. That's my thought on that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. People want where there is prosperity, and according to you, I can't become a billionaire in agriculture. That kind of stuck in my head, and I don't know it will still stick. Now, before that, you said something about catching them young. Now, there has been this adage, I don't know if you've seen it several times, where it's continually said, in our schools, we have compulsory subjects whereby English is taught, and it's by force. Everyone must study English and get a credit in English, whereas agriculture is not a compulsory subject in our schools. So we have people who are very good and versatile in English, and they are hungry. Now, let's reverse it. Should we start looking at making agriculture compulsory from primary to secondary, even as electives in tertiary institutions?
First of all, as an individual, I don't think that any course should be compulsory. I think learning is a matter of interest. If I'm interested in something, I should be able to indicate and then start to develop in that regard. Now, agriculture can be encouraging schools by having agronomy clubs, by having field days, by inculcating it into our curriculum. So, for example, I stumbled into the sector by mistake. I had just started a young family. I tried to open a shawarma business, but after we were done with our concept, the owner of the property said he wanted to do that business and try to refund us our money. We gave him a fight, and then after giving him a fight, my mother-in-law said, never mind, just let it be. And after that, my wife's cousin, who was a big player in the sector, I approached him. I said, "Look, so I want to come learn what you do. I want to see how I can sell products for you." He was in the fertilizer industry, and that's how I was able to come into the sector. And I saw that the sector is much more than fertilizer. I came in as a salesman. I've been selling all my life, so I thought it was going to be sales and all that. But I fell in love with the sector. I found that it had deeper meaning. It had purposeful work, and all of that to do. So I stuck to it. Now, I had known agriculture right from secondary school, but not in depth. I come from Port Harcourt in River State. I've never seen a farm. So we moved to Abuja when I was about 13. I have never seen a farm until the first farm I had been in sometime, 3-4 years ago. But the thing about it is we need to talk about these things better in school. We need to have agri professionals come take those courses in school. We need to make our kids understand the impact of the sector. It's not just about generating revenue or adding growth to the GDP. All of those things are fantastic, but it's about meaningful work. It's about feeding people, because people need to feed to stay alive, pretty much. So I think that's one way we can go as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now let's start bringing this home. A lot of farmers in Africa are small-scale farmers. If I add scale, I'm being nice. So we've seen over the years, using Nigeria as an example, we've had loans on this, loans on that. We've had money being thrown at farmers. Whether it gets there or it doesn't get there, that we might not be able to tell right now because we don't have that data. But over the years, we've seen billions and billions, to the extent of having Bank of Agriculture, Bank of Industry, and other banks also coming into it. Compared to the monies that have been dropped into this particular ocean and the yield that has come forth, they don't correlate. At what point in time should we change that system of throwing money at who we don't know is productive?
That's a tough one. Okay, so that's a tough one. Actually, it threw me off balance. A lot of money has been thrown into the sector, and I'm part of the block that thinks that a lot of our farming interventions are political interventions. They are mentioned and they never happen. I don't have the data, like you said, to dig into these things, but I know that impact is largely done by private companies. I also think that NGOs, development partners, need to work closely with growing companies, because growing companies are, going through a lot to stay afloat as businesses. Whereas the larger companies, a lot of them who are given the funds to do this work, either don't do them or find smaller companies that they subcontract this work to. I feel that our impact can become more as the private sector, because I speak for the private sector, if we, if we focus on shared prosperity. We want the farmers to be successful so that they can buy our products and then they can also do well. So I think that we should look at building our products and then have the government tap into it, because it's succeeding, not because we want to get some government handouts and all. We go building intervention programs and calling on government. No, the government should be able to see that we're succeeding in our own game, and then they want to be associated with us. So I think that's one way impact can become more. We also need to be deliberate in building these models to say we want economic prosperity, we want to build jobs, we want socio-economic growth, and these are the measures that needs to be put in place to make sure that we see all of these things happen.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Don't go anywhere. I just want to narrate this sad story. Some years back, not too long ago, a loan was given to, in quote, rice farmers. Rice farmers. So I'm wondering, somebody that is living in a very good, beautiful apartment somewhere in Abuja that doesn't even know where the farm is, how come they are getting those loans? Now, as we speak right now, the government is still trying to get the money from the farmers. But it's the farmers now that we are finding more, not just the money. We are going on a break. We'll be right back. Our guest is still with us. He's going nowhere, and we are proud to have him. Souk Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
My name is Veronica Nkechi Eze.
Charles Abana. My name is Professor Martins Emeje.
Professor Sylvester Odion Akaine.
Keep watching
SOUQ News TV.
The best news channel online.
It's elevating, it's enlightening, it's educating.
Muhammad Ali found his root in Africa. Rumble in the jungle. I swear the king is humble. Jesse Jackson, O.J. Simpson, this is black history. Andrew Young visit Africa in the late 60s. Legend, Bob Marley make the life different. Martin Luther King and Malcolm X are big names. They fought for black Americans in the old days. We need same revolution in our own ways. Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, Mr. Jay-Z, Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre and Eddie Murphy. American prosperity ain't complete with African poverty. It's legendary Idris Abdul Karim, and you are on to SOUQ News. You don't touch that dial.
Hello and welcome back to Souk Pulse. It's still Souk Pulse. My name is Chooks and we're live on SOUQ News. We've been discussing cultivating Africa's vital lines and asking this straightforward question: whose responsibility is it? Yes, you heard me. Whose responsibility is it? We'll have a guest in the studio. He's joined us via Zoom, Bountiful Atako. He is the AMD of Alana Green Limited, and he's been doing justice to this particular discourse, and we are glad he's still here. Bountiful, how are you doing?
Chief, I'm okay. How you doing?
Good. Now, let's continue from where we stopped. We talked a bit on funding. We talked a bit on loans, to be precise, getting to hands that might not need it, or loans that were given not being able to be recovered. Now, let's follow this thought on your line of work. You help and assist small farmers to get into mechanization. And you made it clear that for some of them, they are scared of signing on because they think that mechanization is that expensive. Now, is it possible to have these small farmers aggregate? Is it possible to also be able to get some of this equipment, be it heavy or small equipment, for the group to use instead of just one set or one person or one farmer being the one to cough out the finances for it? Then lastly, is it possible to help this specific farmer, since they are directly linked with you, get access to funding or for mechanization?
Okay, so for starters, I think I'll just break down our product to you and then the audience so you can understand. Now, like I said, we've seen a lot of companies who are doing great work in the mechanization space. They aggregate the orders of small-scale farmers, 2 hectares here, 5 hectares here, and all of that, and then wait till it's about 50 or 100 hectares before they come in and work. Now, what that means is individual farmers will be suffering because they need to wait for other people to tag along. Now, what we have done as a business is to look at the needs of these farmers. Now, there are these machines, these mini tractor machines, hand tractor machines, 18 horsepower and below, that can do the same work as tractors. They are convenient to move around, easy to deploy, accessible, and cost-effective. You know, we've been able to build a model that is cost-effective to the farmers. So the option is about 4 times cheaper than the conventional 75 horsepower tractors, 90 horsepower tractors, and then about twice cheaper than manual labor cost. Now, we've come up with a model to say we can clear your land for you, harrow, ridge, plow, whatever it may take, and then you just come in and plant. Or you can go for our package B, which will entail that we clear the land, prepare the land for you, land preparation rather, prepare the land for you, and then plant for you as well. And we also have other packages to this. And we, as a team, came up and said, look, how do we, what is the benefit of this product to these farmers? And we gave the product a name, which is the benefit. And the product is Money Day Farm. Money Day, one word, and a farm. Now, Money Day Farm can only be a reality if the farmers see that indeed their yield is improved. Through mechanization, their yield can be improved. If the farmer was making 20 bags and now you bring in a planter, the spacing is right, and then the products do well. From 20 bags, is able to do 25 bags, and then from 25 bags, is able to do 30 bags. From 30 bags, is able to go to another hectare. Obviously, the claim is right that Money Day Farm. So this is the product that we launched for farmers. We don't need farmers to aggregate anymore. That time is past. With your 1 hectare of land, call on our service. We'll come and we would mechanize your land. We're also calling on organizations, funding organizations who are looking to do work in that direction. We're here. Partner with us to upscale what we're doing. We have only started to go live in Bauchi. We're looking at the Jigawa state as well, and also in the south of the country. But there's a lot that we can do with more finance. Now, funds for farmers is a big issue, but I'm sure that if the financial sector can sit down with a company like Alana Green Limited, we can develop funding options for these farmers, and with the guarantee, we can make giant strides in this regard.
Thank you very much, Bountiful. It's a good process. It's a good chain of thought when you've solved the problem yourself, and you're not just solving it. You've already deployed and already solving it. That's good. Now let's go to government policies. This can make or break a business. And just like you said, farming is business. Now we are going to look at it in two ways. Over the years, what are the government policies that you have seen that is not in direct support of farming? And what are those other policies that you've also seen that is helping? Then which of them is working against the other? Let's now look at the government side of it.
Well, I like the fact that the government is encouraging local production. That's a win for us. I like that very much. I also do not, like the fact that the government is not holding giant mechanization companies like John Deere, Mercy Ferguson, Mahindra, Sonalika to say, look, before you can come and do business in Nigeria, you need to build an assembly plant. You need to organize for knowledge transfer and sharing. Excuse me. You need to train this number of people, and we will encourage you to do business, which means we're going to buy your products and stay with you and all of that. So pretty much that's the two basic ones for me.
Let's move ahead. Our time is fast spent. Let's go to storage. Now you've provided the farmer, no matter how big or how small he is in his locality, you can service them. Thank you. Now you've provided the farmer with your services. He's prepared his land, he has planted, he has done the process from planting, he has harvested. Now another issue where they are scared, you were mentioning 20 bags to 30 bags to 50 bags. Now, possibility they scale up as much as they can. The next issue is storage, which is a major problem in Africa. A lot of products from the farms are spoiled between farm and market, or between farm and date of processing. How can we start looking forward to better storage, be it personal, be it in group, or be it provision? We really don't have silos anymore.
So I can speak for our business, Alana Green Limited. On this same product we're talking about, we're working to see how we can mitigate post-harvest loss to an extent, as far as we are concerned. So what we also are doing in that regard is that we are incorporating a logistic arm to this smallholder mechanization, where a trailer attachment can work in hand with the machines to help farmers move out their products from the farm gate. We're also partnering with our partners who are in processing, rice millers and the likes, to be able to fund us to buy back these products from the farms that we service, because there's no need to help people, optimize their yield if there's no access to market. So we're working around that, and I'm sure the products will have those components as well. I also think that government should look at concessioning most of storage facilities to be managed by private businesses. It's clear that the capacity isn't really there to manage, and private businesses run on profits. They would not want to go on that. I think those facilities should be concessioned. I think that the government should increase the agro-processing zones that they're doing to include storage facilities and the likes, pretty much.
Okay, now we are still moving as fast as we can. Let's now look at another issue, and that has to do with, you mentioned it a little bit, but now let's dive into it. We're looking at secondary product. Now, the farmer, no matter what, if it's cereals, no matter what he's producing, at the end of the day, he has a primary product. If he takes that to farm, yes, he will sell, yes, he will get some profit, but that is still limiting. How can we get other organizations, other companies, other businesses within Africa to form units or factories where a lot of these primary products can start being processed, and not us exporting cocoa and going to import chocolate, or exporting palm nuts, no matter the quantity, and go and import processed oil from Malaysia. So these are the next point of call for us. How do we start churning out this primary product and turning them to secondary product, be it from cassava, be it from cereals, be it from brine?
So it will interest you to know that a lot of companies are actually doing great work in the processing value chain. The cocoa you spoke about, I know a lot of indigenous companies that are processing chocolate, and if you taste their chocolate, you can never know that they were made, in the country, because we have a mindset that anything that's made in Nigeria is almost inferior. But that's wrong. Nigerian agripreneurs are hardworking. They are doing their researches right. They are putting in systems to make sure that they deliver the best products across the globe. I know one who's in Kubwa, Abuja. I know a lot of other companies, or I'm aware of other companies that are on those states. So that's on that. Then, like I also said, earlier in the show, that we need to look at being intentional across the value chain. So we need to look at processing, as a part of the value chain that we want to intentionally develop. And I also think, because I know a lot of people who are working in that regard, they are doing a lot of great work. The Bank of Industry is funding a lot of processing businesses, developing consumer goods, and also developing products for export. I think the NEPC also is doing some grant and all of that. But the government can only do as much as they can. Private individuals also need to do their research, build businesses that will add value to the raw materials we have. Everybody cannot be in primary production. Everybody cannot be, it's just like oil, upstream and downstream. It happens in agriculture. Everybody cannot be upstream. Some people need to pay downstream. What does downstream mean? You need to add value to what you're doing and sell to the end users.
Earlier on, you mentioned Denmark, you mentioned Netherlands. These countries, when it comes to land mass, some states in Nigeria can sit and compete with them. Some states in Niger maybe can double their size. Now, but these are places that they send food to Africa. I think I'm saying that with a bit of shame. Now, where am I heading to? I'm heading to animal husbandry. I'm heading to our cows. The major thing we get from our cows in most African countries, most Sahel African countries, is just beef. And we still have this, we still practice this tradition of moving cattle from one region to the next or within states. And now we are having conflict as they graze along this path, all for beef. Milk, we import most of it. Butter, we import most of it. A lot of all these products. How can we start looking at keeping this set of animals in one place and making them more productive? Because as they move across, the conflict come with it. The farmers with the land have issues. And the cows themselves, all they offer is beef. Now we don't even have anything like a market for hay, unlike what happens there. So that whole chain is lost, all because an old tradition of moving cattle from one region to the next still persists. What do you think we should do to get a change?
So a lot of companies in the dairy sector are developing the dairy sector. I know of a colleague, a friend, Aminu Yako, who's doing great work at Shubere Farms in Adamawa State. In fact, their yogurt is the best that I know off the shelf in Nigeria right now. Admirala yogurt. I often take it when I go to the store. I look up for it as well. I also know that Free School as well is doing some great work building dairy stations across the country. So I think that players in that sector, we don't play in that sector. They're also researching. They're collaborating with international organizations and countries like the Danish people that you talk about, because they have the most stable dairy industry. And they are developing the sector. The smallholder dairy farmers are also learning what they need to about the sector. An organization contacted contacted us 2 weeks ago to ask how we can conduct training in the dairy sector and all of that. Sahel Consulting as well is also a big name in the space. So there are a lot of companies doing a lot of work on that, and they're trying to move the dairy, livestock, or rather integrate the livestock and the dairy sectors together, industries together, so that it'll be more than beef for us.
Okay, now let's go to where everything gets to the point where we all get to smile, and that's the market. You mentioned a bit about your company and your organization looking forward to be able to take this product after post-harvest away from the farmer so that the loss does not occur. But now, for the ones that they need to bring to the market, you mentioned about the trade zones that are popping up. How can this go beyond not just mentioned on paper or television sets? How can this go to the extent where we see them working on a normal basis, whereby the farmer is done, he moves his yield not far from him to the market, gets his finance back, and go back and continue what he wants to do?
So for starters, farmers need to come clean. When I mean farmers need to come clean, farmers need to desist from, putting in impurities into their bags because they're trying to get weight. That's wrong. That doesn't help the aggregator. That spoils business for the aggregator. And the business spoils for the aggregator is not going to come back, to you. And then second of all, when farmers enter contracts with aggregating companies, they need to honor their contracts. They need to stop side selling and these things. We also need insurance companies who will build products for farmers so that the risk can be shared between the aggregation companies, farmers, and them in some way, some form. I might not be able to give the framework now, but I know that that's also part of the risks that aggregators are scared of, that is making them not pump, money into farmers. Now, farmers are involving in these practices because their yield is not, enough for them. It's small. They're struggling to be above water. Now, when we can get the products right, it'll be easier to export. It'll be easier to have foreign direct investments come in and earn the so needed foreign exchange. Now, aggregating companies can grow in size, that's as per profits, and then build agro hubs, storage facilities closer to the farm gates, because it'll be easier for them to collect their goods and then export, or give to the exporting firm. So we need to, like I said, have a shift in mindset. We need to see farming as a business. We do not need to shortchange anybody. Farmers are known for shortchanging people, and that has the trust deficit between aggregation companies, farmers, the exporters themselves is a huge problem in itself. It's causing the market to grow slowly, and that's not what we need. So we need to have everybody come clean, and let's start doing the job that can make our market far more viable and have foreign investors coming to invest with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Bountiful. It's been nice having you. Thank you very much, and I hope we will call you next time. And I look forward to not just a Zoom discussion, but having you live on set, and we will do some good banter, agree and disagree. I like that kind of discussion. Thank you very much for coming in today. He is the MD, Managing Director of Alana Green Limited, and we say again, thank you very much.
Cheers.
Thank you. Now, to everyone that was part of this project for today, this is a project. When we talk about agriculture, it is indeed a project. You heard him. We are all responsible. We need to play our part. Everybody must not go to the farm, but everybody can contribute to making sure that the farm works. And to you that is not coming clean, get those yields to those aggregators. Whoever wants to buy and also make profit. It's a circle. Nobody wants to play loss. And we can feed ourselves. It's a good weekend, and we say, hey, have a good blast and remain good. Remember, never stop talking. We on Souk Pulse say thank you very much and have a nice week. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ, and see you on Monday.
Yes, it's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It's an awesome day. And we are super, super excited. Guess what? It is the Femy Walsh Prestige Partnership that is being flagged off right here at the Federal Palace Hotel. Oh, my God.
Well, that thing sums awesomeness. We're being at a place where every conversation about Nigeria's independence happened, and then also thinking about royalty, you know, things that make us feel like we're kings and queens when we come into this place. I mean, I'm oozing at this point.
You know, talk about the scenery, the ambience, the rooms. This hotel is actually really, really good. And the fact that Femy Walsh is partnering with Federal Palace Hotel doesn't just give me the chills, like, it makes me happy. Happy.
We're going to be having exclusive events, coverage, and we're going to bring in our expertise to come and give them that edge amongst...
That finesse.
Taking the brand globally through our media. My God. It's not something you want to miss out on this journey that I just started. We're going places, sis.
The Federal Palace Hotel was established in 1960 and constructed by the A.G. Leventis Group. Perhaps one of the most notable thoughts about Federal Palace is that it was used as the venue for independent celebration of Nigeria in 1960. Over the years, the Federal Palace has now become a world-class ultra-modern facility with a touch of elegance. The hotel, which has been recognized nationally and internationally, has become a tourist attraction for many. Perhaps this is the reason Femy Walsh Group decided to partner with the Federal Palace by supporting the hotel with resources and equipment for coverage of all the hotel's events. The president and CEO of Femy Walsh Group, Victor Oluwafemi Walsh, accompanied by the vice president, Idahosa Osamanze, paid a visit to the hotel during the exhibition of the popular Iriri Arts Gallery. It was a day of joy for each of the artists to see that the president of Femy Walsh Group was actually fascinated by their art pieces. Coordinator of the Arts Gallery also expressed his enthusiasm and joy, highlighting the exciting prospects and opportunities arising from the partnership.
Thank you so much, SOUQ TV, for coming over. It is about celebrating art and creativity. We themed it Luxury and Legacies exhibition. Luxury, as we all know, art is luxury, and the legacies that are left behind by artists are their crafts. So that is why we themed it Luxuries and Legacies exhibition.
Ambassador Victor Walsh encouraged your artists while commending their creativity. The general manager, Herman Britt, was excited at the collaboration between Femy Walsh Group and the Federal Palace Hotel, exchanged pleasantries with the president, and told SOUQ News TV about his joy.
The energy is fantastic, and the support that you've given us is absolutely superb. So, yeah, watch this space, and your support is valued, and I love the partnership that you guys give us. So, looking forward to the journey with you guys.
Other members of the senior management of Federal Palace who were on hand to receive the ambassador and members of the Femy Walsh team include Temitope Ifiodun, HR Manager, Billy Uguechi, Events and Banqueting Manager, Chef Chris Onyanu, the Executive Chef of Federal Palace, Oluwatoyin Sulaiman, Housekeeping Manager, Dr. Arogundade, Digital Sales Executive. Each of the senior management staff shared their feelings about the collaboration.
We're actually so excited about this partnership with SOUQ News. It's going to, be beneficial for both Federal Palace Hotel and SOUQ News. And we know that all our new offerings will be extended to the larger world. We are actually doing things differently now. Federal Palace is actually doing a lot of things differently now. Our staff are ready to give the best of the best services to our guests.
To cover our events and take care of Federal Palace in terms of media and all that.
The Femy Walsh Group, consisting of all the different subsidiaries like SOUQ News TV, the ALFM, Novacraft, and the machinery, look forward to doing great things with Federal Palace Hotel as we kick off the Prestige Partnership.
We're going places, and yes, with Femy Walsh Prestige Partnership, what we want to do is make sure that we're giving the clients of Federal Palace the best of the best of the very best in terms of coverage, streaming, videography, photography. So if you have a wedding ceremony coming up, you got the birthday party coming up, whatever you have coming up, all you got to do is make sure you contact Femy Walsh, because we give you the best of the best of the very, very best.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
Keep watching.
My name is Uyai. I'm a textured artist, and keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Alexander Beja, and keep watching SOUQ News.
Karim Joseph Aramide is my name. I'm a visual artist, and I'm going to tell you this: keep watching SOUQ.
Hello, I'm Billy Macaulay Oguchi of Federal Palace Hotel. I'm the Banqueting and Events Manager. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Temitope Ifidon, HR Manager of Federal Palace Hotel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
According to the former UBA Group Managing Director, Mr. Kennedy Uzoka, he's a man that knows it all. Also, another describe him as an encyclopedia of knowledge. The both are now farther from the truth of a man whose career has spanned over 4 decades, being part of a dozen organizations in both the banking and manufacturing sectors. Serving in different capacities is either a director, board member, or chairman of organizations such as Anywell Flour Mills PLC, PZ Cussons PLC, Nigerian Breweries PLC, and United Bank for Africa PLC. In the same vein, he also had some link with the British American Tobacco Nigerian Foundation and Nutrisima Limited. He was once the president of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where he clamored for the patronization of local content by all well-meaning Nigerians. Also, he served as chairman of the former Universal Trust Bank PLC UTB before the administration of former President Olusegun Obasanjo implemented the recapitalization of banks in Nigeria. Born Kolawole Babalola Jamodu on February 9, 1944 in Odo Ere, Yagba West local government area of the present Kogi State. Kola Jamodu attended St. Paul's Primary School in Idumota, City College from 1958 to 1961. Harvard Business School, Boston, Massachusetts, United States of America from 1986 to 1987. His mother was Mrs. Femy Olabinwonu. Not much was known about his father. At an early age, Kolawole showed an uncanny drive for knowledge and learning, which will form a greater part of his adult life. His rise to fame hasn't been without its peculiar episodes of challenges. He started his career with the United African Company of Nigeria, UACN, in 1962. 3 years later, he moved to Lever Brothers Nigeria Limited, now Unilever Nigeria PLC, and in 1965, where he received many years of experience of over 10 years in production, commerce, and finance. He later joined PZ Customs Group in 1975 as a group accountant. Chief Kolawole Jamodu, for many who work closely with him, he is a go-getter both in the business arena and an exemplary leader in achieving the corporate governance with a litany of portfolios in diverse sectors. He's a trailblazer practically in many areas. He was the first Nigerian to be appointed as Group Finance Director at PZ. In 1980, he was appointed Chairman, PZ Nigeria Limited, then a trading subsidiary of the PZ Group, while still holding his position as a PZ Group Financial Director. In 1987, he became the first Nigerian Deputy Group Chief Executive, and in 1990, he became the first Nigerian Group Chief Executive of PZ Customs. Still in 1990, he was appointed Chairman of PZ Customs PLC, becoming the first Nigerian to combine the positions of a Chairman and Chief Executive. He, in 1999, after he had served in that capacity for many years, meritoriously retired but remained on the PZ Board of Directors as Chairman in a non-executive capacity. Known for his strategic touch of class, Take Two, although his first appointment as Executive Chairman of PZ Customs was interrupted by his appointment as Minister of Industry in 2001, when PZ went through a tumultuous season in 2013, when revenue nosedived and profit hemorrhaged. Kola Jamodu was on every shareholder's lips, underscoring the confidence reposed in his ability to provide effective leadership hitherto wanting for the company at that time. Known for his knack for having the right strategy to grow business in a difficult market. In his capacity as Chairman of Nigerian Breweries PLC, Kola Jamodu led the strategic investment and acquisition that have enabled Nigerian breweries seize key markets from competitors, positioning the company to maintain leading market share, moderate operating costs, and grow wealth for shareholders. In 2014, Nigerian Breweries acquired Consolidated Breweries Limited, with which sales revenue grew by 10% in 2015, even as the total brewed market declined. The company saved cost and defend profit drop in 2015. Jamodu also served as Chairman of Universal Trust Bank PLC, a Director in Ashaka Cement, and a Director in Honeywell Flour Mills PLC. And also, he's been a Director of United Bank of Africa since 2007. He's a Fellow of Chartered Institute of Accounting, Nigeria, Fellow of Chartered Institute of Management Accounts, London, and Fellow of Chartered Institute of Secretaries. The name Jamodu trumpets loud and clear in Nigeria's boardroom leadership, owing to his dedicated work and great accomplishments in building businesses. Jamodu has only been a seeker of new challenges, set to brave and break new grounds. Our key takeaways from his tenure as minister highlighted the introduction of various innovative backward integration policies that enabled self-sufficiency in the production of goods like cement and other staples. These moves led to increased foreign direct investment, job creations, and a major boost to national economy and GDP. Dr. Jamodu, after a hiatus from the private sector, was appointed to numerous board positions with reputable multinational companies in Nigeria. For a start, he was reappointed chairman of United Bank for Africa plc as a non-executive director in 2007. It's worth of note to say that in 2006, Dr. Jamodu was appointed to the board of Nigerian Breweries plc as a non-executive director and later moved to become chairman in 2008, where he served 17 years meritoriously, spending 15 of those years as board chairman, and on April 30, 2023, retired as chairman of the organization, leaving a legacy of growth, innovation, and continuous success. Under his watch, the Nigerian breweries grew in leaps and bounds, strengthened its brand presence, and continued to drive positive change in the Nigerian brewery sector.
What was achieved during my period was a joint effort, because you can't say a leader if there are no followers. There are committees, and these committees are made of members of man.
Chief Dr. Kola Jamodu is a recipient of several national honors, including Member of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, MFR, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, CFR. Also, he's a recipient of the National Productivity Merit Award, NPMA. Additionally, he's a Chartered Global Management Accountant, CGMA, a Fellow of the Chartered Institute of Management, London, and Fellow of the Institute of Chartered Secretaries and Administrators. He's also a Distinguished Fellow of the Institute of Directors, Nigeria. During his 4-year stint at the helm of affairs in the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, MAN, he served in different capacities like the National Treasurer, Chairman of the Economic Policy Committee, Chairman of the Policy Advocacy Committee, Vice President, and later President from 2010 to 2014. Also, he is the past president of the Harvard Business School Alumni Association of Nigeria, a former president of the Chemical and Non-Metallic Products Employees Foundation, and an honorary member of the Nigerian Industrial Policy and Competitiveness Advisory Council, chaired by the Nigeria's Vice President. He's also served in various capacities such as Member of Council at the Nigerian Employers Consultative Association, NECA, Member of Council at the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, and Distinguished Member of the Board of Fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Management, NIM. He is an active member of Ikoyi Club 1938, Lagos Island Club, Lagos Metropolitan Club, Lagos Motor Boat Club, Moderates Club, and Lagos Dining Club, some of Nigeria's most prestigious social organizations. Not many people, prominent or otherwise, could be suitably described as detribalized nationalists like Dr. Kola Jamodu, whose great likeness for all and sundry, cultures and tongues, coupled with his numerous contributions to the growth and development of various communities nationwide, earned him several chieftaincy titles such as Ashiwaju of Ere Kingdom in Kogi State, Are Apashewa of Ere Land, also in Kogi State, Babalaja of Lagos, Boba Gunwa of Enri Land, Kogi State, Maye Boba Jiro of Ibadan Land, Oyo State, Barakoyi of Oshoboland, Osun State, Mayegun of Ayetoro, Wede, Kogi State, Fiwajoye of Mulipa, Jebu-Ode, Ogun State, Ikemba 1 of Oba Nsuka, Ari of Erukuland, Kwara State. Jamodu is nothing short of a legend. Although with limited experience in partisan politics, he stood tall and stepped into the plate when occasion presented itself in Kogi State, when he took leadership of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) as minister, serving in the cabinet of the ex-president Olusegun Obasanjo. In the middle of 2020, Chief Dr. Ola Jamodu served as the pioneer chairman of the Elders Advisory Committee (EAC) of Pan-Okun Relief Response Agenda, which played a pivotal role when the world was faced with the coronavirus, mobilizing resources to provide relief materials for the entire Okun people, as well as address various issues relating to the pandemic in the land. He, through the Kola Jamodu Foundation, KJF scholarships are provided to several poor students through all levels of education, primary, secondary, and tertiary levels, medical support to indigents who have genuine medical conditions but couldn't afford to foot the bill. Chief Kola Babalola Jamodu, over the years, his hobbies have been the same: reading, traveling, golf, and badminton. He is married to his sweetheart, Olori Asiwaju of Ere Kingdom, Chief Mrs. Fumilayo Jamodu, and they are blessed with children and grandchildren. Chief Dr. Ola Babalola Jamodu.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to the citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligations to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS. Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more. And if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FIRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. SOUQ, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
So those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
We've got just what you need right here at Femy Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.